Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline awakened, I can taste it. We can make an impact, grab and then take it. Like a disease, bring them to their knees. They'll take for their disease. Rage is like a wind, spread into the streets. It's time to make them bleed. 'Cause we just want retribution. Let's go light up the darkness. Make true of an empty promise. Flip cards in the weak and harmless. Take to the streets and turn them to a mosh pit. 'Cause we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make great.
All right, guys, let's get this party started. If you want a reading, be sure and visit my stand store. It is linked in the description below. And as always, we have a fair use, a disclaimer. As you come in, please hit the thumbs up, subscribe if you're not subscribed, and share the video if you like it. Let's get it going. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome into Astrology for Mystics. I'm your host, astrologer Jennifer Jennings. And today we are going to do a recap of yesterday's long live. And then we are going to talk about some interviews with Seth Rogers. So I don't want to, I don't want to take up too much time rehashing the same stuff. But I think that there's some things that we need to get cleared up. We need to recap And just that way we can all be on the same page, and try to not get distracted. So I'm going to go back to today. I'm going to go back to a few subjects. Let me get, which one do I want to start with first? I'll start with this one. Share my screen with you guys. Welcome in, everybody. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. Thank you so much. This is Deception Detective, where he is going over opinions and views. And I think we need to listen to this one more time. Just one more time real quick. Here we go.
Were you and Katie in Oregon in March?
The reason why I want to go over this is because he is answering. Yesterday, I had a question in chat because we do know that a woman stated that she saw Katie and Chris and another couple at Ford's Pond in Oregon. And so he is being asked, Chris is being asked, it's recorded, being asked, was he in Oregon?
Nope.
Okay. Were you ever suing a company when you were a janitor?
I don't think we heard.
First, never been a janitor, and
Were you and Katie in Oregon in March?
nope.
Okay.
He said nope.
Were you ever suing a company when you were a janitor?
First, never been a janitor, and
I didn't think so. Okay.
That gentleman's from Pennsylvania, and
Yes, he is.
So what they're talking about here, he says no and no. So what they're talking about here is there was rumor that the Chris Proudfoot that was trying to sue Arnold Logistics in Pennsylvania was him. And I debunked that a long time ago, and I'm doing it again. So just in case, we are still on the fence. And if Chris and Katie were in Oregon, the law enforcement would know. They would know. I don't think that there's anyone that doesn't want Sebastian found other than the people that know where he's at. So I just wanted to clear the air with that because I thought that's what we need to hear. They were not there. They weren't. The other interview that I wanted to go over, because I was alerted to Crime Time Buzz's live yesterday or last night, whenever she went live. I think it was after I went live, or maybe she and I were live together. I mean, at the same time, I don't know. But she was talking about she's talking in the live that she did last night. She's talking about Worshams. She's talking about the dog that hit on Unit 10. The storage is right next to Worshams Market, Beaches Market. It's right next door. It's right there, basically in the same parking lot. I've been with cadaver dogs there. There's been no hit, in my opinion, based on my experience. However, there was a searcher that got a canine, a very professional canine. That is an explosives canine and a cadaver canine. Does both, multiple. And the dog laid next to the unit. So the handler reached out to the law enforcement and let them know. And that is all we know. That's all we know. So they're talking about this, and I want you guys to, I want you to understand that, you know, I've been to Worshams quite a few times. Locals go to Worshams, and we do know that early on, there were 3 separate people that did not know each other that stated that they saw Kathy with Sebastian in the vehicle at Worshams. Okay, so if Kathy was with, let's just hypothetically say that Kathy was with Sebastian, that means that he's alive, not deceased. And we don't need to worry about a cadaver dog, right? So this person, W. Smith, is saying, I think that the Worshams are involved. You know, they're trying to, you know, say, well, you know, Kathy and the owner, they're great friends, and you know, they would do stuff for her, and you know, but the thing is that, and she says, Jay says here in Crime Time Bus says that it was destroyed, that the recording was destroyed. And that's not what I've heard. I've heard that they recorded over it. It's not that it was destroyed. It was just covered. You know, sometimes if you wait a week or two, they may just use that, you know, just keep playing it over and over again and just record over it. That it was destroyed. So I just want to make sure that we are working with facts, you know, and not get ourselves in a tizzy about things that aren't factual. Because all it does is deflect, distract from the main purpose of finding Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. So let's just listen in for just a few minutes, and then we're going to move on.
I could be pulling it up while you're talking.
The reason these locations are interesting.
Can you hear it?
Beach High School, we actually timed it today, is just over a minute away from their neighborhood.
Yeah, Mr. E is saying that Beach High School is a minute away. It's just a minute away. That's what we were talking about yesterday. Beach High School is just a minute away. So, you know, when I was talking about the math wasn't mathing and that we're missing some time here, because if she called Chris at say 6:03, they started calling Seth around 6:20. The call to the law enforcement goes in at 6:33. Dispatch comes out at 6:38. We're missing time. We're missing time. That does not make sense. If CB has Sebastian at Worshams, why didn't she go to the house and get him instead of the 3 a.m. flashlight video? Well, I mean, we still don't even know anything about the video, the flashlight video. If that, yeah, I mean, that is still up in the air. And the TBI are adamant that has nothing to do at all, that there was nothing going on in the middle of the night, that they have checked every car that was in the area. They have talked to the owner of the cars that are in the area. They can look at all of that video footage from the different angles of the cams, and they can see it as if it's in daylight. So I'm just not, you know, we're just not sure, right? We're just not sure. We definitely are speculating, and we can do that. We've got our own opinions about it.
Yeah.
Well, you were driving super slow.
And I was driving really slow. It was like a minute 30.
30
so we
seconds.
figured it'd be more like a minute 10 from a normal person.
I don't know if you're an airport.
So anyways, it's about a minute away from their neighborhood. And if you recall the story of the morning that Sebastian was reported missing, Katie gets into her car sometime after 6:20 and around 6:20 and drives up to the high school, supposedly looking for Sebastian there, thinking that he just went to school with no shoes on, and is driving around their parking lot. And And then another part of the story is that the Warsham's Market, which is right across the street from Beach High School.
Oh shoot, I've got let me credit let me credit Crime Time Buzz. Hold on. Let me credit her. Here we go. Now we're cooking.
Like a little gas station marketplace that he's showing you there.
Okay, I'm pausing it.
I love the locals.
Okay, my camera work is not great today, just so you know.
Hey,
there are
Doodle Mom.
There are several.
Well, and that's why it's so confusing, his eyes, is because we are trying to make sense of some things that are just not factual. So if we're dead set on the lights and somebody picking him up at 3 a.m., then yeah, this isn't going to make sense, right? But if we are thinking along the lines of Sebastian wasn't taken out of that house at 3 a.m. and that he was taken out of the house when she left and drove him to Kathy's or drove him to Warsham's, we just don't know. We have people that saw Chris and Katie and another couple at Ford's Pond in Oregon. Chris says he didn't. We have people saying that they saw Kathy and Sebastian, but we don't know. We weren't there, so we really don't know. We just don't know. Do you think it's possible, or do you see them telling law enforcement one story? Who is they? Didn't come home until later and tell public a different story, calling it facts. I don't know. It's the no shoes, exactly. The no shoes is where we are stumped like crazy.
Several reports, including one from one of the former PIs for Seth and other individuals, that claim that they saw grandmother, I almost said Warsham, grandmother Proudfoot, or Bowersox.
Okay.
Proudfoot's.
Take a second, get your names together.
What's a name?
Kathy Bowersox was here sometime before 6 o'clock at the market, which would be a pretty good distance from her home, and a huge coincidence that she was there the morning that Sebastian went missing. Another interesting thing about this is that behind the general store, there's a very small storage building place that we're going to show. And there are rumors that one of those units is owned by the Proudfoots.
Not owned, rented.
Rented, right. Rented by the Proudfoot family.
So these are rumors. It's rumors, and we just have no facts here. So all of this right here is rumors without facts. We're just, they're just talking about the rumors and things that they have heard because they are locals, right? But I know that it's not a rumor that there was a dog that did lay down in front of Unit 10. That handler is a professional and spoke with other professionals, and they have said that there was nothing to come of it. So that's all we can go on right now. That's all we can go on, right? I don't think that they would have, at 3 a.m., would have taken clothes out. I mean, why would you have to do that at 3 a.m.? I don't see that. I don't see that at all. That's my opinion. Doesn't mean that I'm right or I'm wrong, It's just my opinion. I do know that Katie and Chris are electrical type of people, right? Well, with knowing that, would they be able to somehow manipulate the dash cam in her car? Would they be able to manipulate any of those ring cameras in the area? And how would they do it? Right? How would they do it? That's, I mean, how would they do it? Chris in the military is said to have moved weapons. He was in charge of moving weapons. I think that that's a big responsibility in the Navy, right? I think that's a big responsibility. Let me show you something. Hold on. Marine Corps, let me share this. We see that that is Chris, right? We see that that is Chris. It says U.S. Navy, and he's working on something. Aviation electrician's mate, second class Christopher Proudfoot, and aviation electronics technician, second class Chandler, both assigned to helicopter mine countermeasure squadron. Do you think that he would have the technical capability to manipulate? What was Katie Proudfoot really studying that night? What was she really studying? Is there a large quarry around the areas of interest? I don't think so, but I don't know. So, do you think that it's possible that he was able to manipulate? Do you think that he would have if he is able to countermeasure, conduct maintenance, on the side scan sonar, I think so. I think he and Katie have the ability to manipulate, not just on camera. I mean, that's just my opinion. And if we look too at how would you be able to manipulate a dash cam in a vehicle? And I'm talking about her car, because she was leaving from Texas Roadhouse going home. Right? So manipulating a dash cam or its footage involves both physical and digital methods. It's important to note that altering evidence for legal purposes, which we know that, altering evidence, I don't care about that. It's talking about it's giving us a legal, can someone, let's just look at Reddit. Let's look at Reddit. Can someone remotely enter my vehicle dash camera and delete or view my files? I don't know exactly what kind of cam she had. Do y'all know? She had an Infinity, right? Or she has an Infinity, a modern Infinity. Let's just look at that. Let's look at that. Infinity. I think it's just audio. Camera system. For SUV. let's see what it says. So it has a infinity dash cam recorder, which records front, rear, and in-cabin footage. So it is a dash cam, okay? So I just want to make sure that we're looking at a dash cam. Captures videos and photos from the front and rear, as well as the interior, can record during driving or be triggered by an impact detected by the vehicle. Okay, so the recording managed through the infotainment system and can be launched from a widget on the display screen or via the My Infinity smartphone app. Okay. So let's look at this system. Let's just look at this info system here. Can be manipulated. And temporarily not work properly. Let's just see if that's possible. Let's just see if it's possible. Yeah, they've acted weird about it since day one. I agree. I definitely agree. They most definitely approach this as a military mission, no doubt. I'm thinking the same thing. I'm thinking the same thing. You think that that T-shirt is a clue of where he's at? Okay, let's look at this. Let's see what it's saying, okay? Yes, a vehicle's infotainment system can be manipulated or simply fail to work properly due to software glitches, loose electrical connections, or issues with connected devices. Common solutions include restarting the system. Yeah, I'm not interested in that. I want to know if it can be manipulated, like those cameras, be stuck or something. Or can you use it to record? Let's see. And the recording be what false? I don't know what I'm looking for here. Ask ChatGPT what you said, girl. Yes, car infotainment systems can be manipulated through hacking, and the data or recordings they store can be altered or falsified. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Cybersecurity vulnerabilities in these systems are a known issue in the automotive industry. So here's the methods of manipulation. Y'all listening to this? Because this is some good stuff. Remote exploitation. Hackers can exploit flaws in wireless communication protocols like Bluetooth, Wi-Fi to gain unauthorized access to the infotainment system, and in some cases, other critical vehicle functions via the car's internal network. An attacker with physical access to the vehicle can insert a specifically crafted USB device containing malware to run arbitrary code on the system with root privileges, allowing them to manipulate or extract data. Attackers can create and distribute altered firmware updates or tweaks through online forums. If a user installs this modified software via a USB drive, the attacker can gain full control over the system, enable remote access, and manipulate files. In this case of wireless Android Auto, Apple CarPlay, an attacker can set up a rogue Wi-Fi hotspot to intercept communication between the smartphone and the car, allowing them to reroute or alter data like GPS navigation systems or instructions. Attackers can inject malicious messages within the in-vehicle network or use a spoofed device to reply to system requests with specific commands, leading to database manipulation or arbitrary file creation. So, false recordings, altered stored data. Once inside the system, a hacker can access and modify data stored in the infotainment unit, including call logs, text messages, location history, potentially even data related to vehicle performance like speed or brake use. Researchers have demonstrated that the ability to send false information to connected vehicles, for example, manipulating the speedometer's display or changing the intended GPS destination, which could create confusion or unsafe conditions for the driver. It's the possibility of data manipulation is a concern in forensic investigations and legal settings. Forensic tools used by law enforcement can sometimes write to the system during data acquisition, which raises questions about evidence integrity if not handled with specific safeguards like write blocking software. But let's say, and the person in the vehicle talking isn't really there. Is that possible? Yes. It's possible for a hacked infotainment system to play a pre-recorded or synthesized voice, making it seem like someone is talking in the car when they are not. Okay, so what can we, now that we have read this, do you think that it is possible that Chris or Katie could have manipulated and gotten away with it? Or could this be a part of the investigation that they are working on? I think so. I think so. And I definitely think that they have the capability, they have the knowledge to do something like that. I wouldn't. I wouldn't have the knowledge to do it. And I don't know what she was reading. I don't know what she was educating. She said business administration, but I mean, we don't know. Was it electrical? Was it, we just don't know. Hackers can gain access to a vehicle's infotainment system through various methods, and from there, they can manipulate a wide range of functions, including the audio system, as it often connects to the car's internal network. Infotainment systems are connected to the internet and to the vehicle's central computer network, which controls everything from the radio to the engine. A hacker can exploit a security flaw to gain access to the system, which can be done through a physical connection like a USB or wirelessly via Bluetooth or Wi-Fi. Once in control of the infotainment system, the hacker can execute commands, including playing audio or even controlling the voice-based assistants or phone calls. This can be used to play recorded messages or, in a more advanced scenario, use the system to generate synthesized speech. Disabling features like Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, internet connectivity when not in use can help reduce the attack surface. Okay. Okay, so let's look at Quora. So we've looked at that, and now somebody else is asking this question as well. They're asking a question. Oh, hold on, let me go back. Okay, it didn't do anything. Good. Okay. So let's ask Quora, right? How hard is it to hack into infotainment various control systems of a car? And this is from Jesse in 2015, who is a network administrator. List of factors too many to count. First thing is how you get in through the D port, super easy. It's a diagnostic port by design. It has access to everything, but you have to be physically connected to it. So remote hacks won't be possible unless the attacker has already been inside your car. Well, I mean, she's attacking her own car if that were to be the case, right? And then they go on to talk, y'all, about how you do it. So I'm just wondering, and I think that we need to be asking more pertinent questions and talking about pertinent questions related to the case that is not a distraction, right? If we could just stay on task and we just focus on coming together, trying to formulate good questions because they have answers. Chris says that they don't, but every question can be answered. And what we seek is going to seek us too. We're going to meet it in the middle. And I think that this is showing us that there is not, it wouldn't be hard for somebody like them. So let's look at Katie Proudfoot, Navy. Let's see. Background. Let's see if we can find information on her background. Well, let's just go to Reddit because they're telling us. Hi, I've been aware of this case since Lore Lodge. Yada, yada, yada. Let's see. Chris and Katie were both in the Navy. I found the LinkedIn. Katie, on the other hand, it's been harder to find. Katie Rogers, whose face does not look like Katie Proudfoot's, yada, yada, which is, okay, so let's see if anybody, I'm just waiting for Boudica to copy and paste this one. That's funny. Let's see. Oh my God. Some of these are just funny. Okay, so I'm not finding anything here. They're talking about Crimson. Talking about a tinfoil hat. Let's see. Along with her current job as a Brinks security installation technician. Okay, so let me copy that. Hold on. Talk to us about what type of knowledge Katie would have when it comes to manipulating security systems, burner phones, etc. Many of us believe Katie is the mastermind behind all of this. I mean, it doesn't make sense why they didn't have a security system. Okay, so has what type of educational background? I mean, we know she's in the Navy. She was in the Navy with more electrical, let's see, low voltage, alarm installation certificate. So she would just need to know how to wire. She's dealing with wires, right? Low voltage wiring, installation tools. Okay. So what did Katie do in the Navy? We heard that she was an MMA fighter. Who knows? That's what we've heard. So let's see. I don't think that this is our Katie Rogers here. Electronic warfare professional at Royal Navy. No, that wouldn't be her. That's not her. Security skills, creating a safe tech. Let's see. Let's see. Katie. The Athena Project. Is that Miss Katie? Let's see. Oh my God. How long do we have to go here? Let's see. That is her. But where is she? Seems like I saw this and there wasn't anything really pertinent, but I'm going to go back and look and see. I don't see her face. Let's see. A story about not giving up. Athena 2. Environmental and acoustic recognition system. Ears. Ears. Let's see. Let's keep going. The Navy's current remedy to low visibility. Supplement sailors. And is boomerang is an array of 8 microphones placed on the back of a Humvee. When the Humvee takes incoming fire, the boomerang system uses the differentiating pressure waves on each microphone and projects the direction and estimated range of the shooter. Huh. Well. Let's keep going. I mean, I'm just trying to find it, but I know, I mean, I just know. I mean, she's going to have that text. She's got the, I think that if anybody can manipulate it, it's them. They could do it. It's my opinion. I have the right to speak my opinion. I'm going to keep looking and see what, if anything, is talking about Katie. Hold on. I'm going to share this with you guys. Hold on. Hold on. Hold up. Share screen. Sorry, I thought y'all were looking at it with me. Okay. That's not her. That's Claire. But it's showing all the people. Hold on. Hold on just a second. Okay, yeah, I've got some good info. Hold on. Let me see if I can find her real quick, and then I've got something else to show you guys. Katie Rogers. Okay, well, y'all ready? Let's look at this. Y'all ready for this? All right. Katie Rogers. Bomb robot. IC3 Katie Rogers, USS Benfold. Rogers' idea is a shipboard vehicular unit that could assist sailors in dangerous situations and save lives. And her concept, the bomb robot would have the ability to navigate the ship with gecko treads on triangular wheel bearings and shipboard schematics loaded for smart movement. The robot would be equipped with a 360-degree camera for viewing hard-to-reach places, a thermal sensor for high temperature of flame-filled environments, and chemical detection paper for CBR or toxic environments. It could detect and identify harmful substances. The unique robot is hardwired Vice wireless controlled, allowing it to be used during a hero environment. So I would say that she definitely has I definitely think that she has the capability. Okay. I really do. Hold on. Let me show you this too. Let me show you this. I see. Okay. So in the Navy, make sure y'all are looking at that. Yep, y'all are. So in the Navy, IC stands for Interior Communications Electrician. Y'all following me? I'm not really looking at chat, y'all. Sorry. So in the U.S. Navy, Interior Communications Electrician is responsible for installing, maintaining, and repairing the wide range of systems used for internal communication, navigation, and alarms on ships and at shore facilities. So would she have been one of those IC like we just saw? I think so. That's what the IC is standing for. The IC is standing for that. She is an interior communications electrician. Hello, like what's going on here? Of course she could manipulate it. Of course she could. This is why it's possible that Sebastian never even made it home. This is why it's possible that Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers never made it home. We are stuck on the middle of the night videos, right? The lights and all of that stuff. But look, what if Katie Proudfoot, what if she manipulated her system and Sebastian was not in the vehicle with her? What if Stop 30 is where she met someone to drop Sebastian off, or anywhere for that matter? Anywhere. What if? What if? We have been distracted and not really focused on where to really look for Sebastian because he didn't make it home. That could be why the law enforcement are stumped. That could be why that they said that there's no evidence he ever left the house. So the evidence that they are using, that evidence that they are using could just be, the law enforcement, the evidence that they are using could be the dash cam, her hearing them talk. It could be evidence that he took the trash down to the, his doing his chore. But what if that wasn't Sebastian taking the trash down? What if Sebastian really wasn't in the car? Because she is capable. She could be capable, guys. She could be so capable. You know what I'm saying? Why? Like, what is going on here? We can all say that Katie is good with electronics. Yeah, definitely capable. There's no evidence that he left the house. So the evidence that they are going off of that he made it to the house, right, is her vehicle. That's it. The trash. And that was a grainy video. Seth said that he looked at it and he couldn't tell if it was his son or not. And he has not been able to listen to the video of them going home. He hasn't been able to access that. And thank you all for joining in. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. Thank you so much. Welcome in, everybody. Krista, good to see you. Kitty Catty, Ann, hey. Plain Jane, what's going on? Thank you, me and you. Hey, MMO, good to see you. Women's Warrior. Victoria Burgess says, why do you lie? I hope you're not talking about me, Victoria. Surely not. Surely that was a typo. Surely that was a typo. And if Victoria, gosh, if that's not a typo, then why are you here? Trying to distract, deflect? Surely Victoria did not mean that, right? All right, so let's keep on going here. Alarm warning and indicator systems, such as fire alarms, security alarms, and various status indicators. Internal communication systems, including public address systems, ship service telephones, and sound-powered phones used for damage control, other operations. Maintaining and repairing equipment like the ship's gyro compass, rudder position indicators, and plotters. Reckoning equipment. Okay, so here we go. Entertainment and information systems, operating and maintaining the ship's broadcast TV and radio systems. Ship control systems, maintaining propulsion, ordering, and indicating systems. Aviation landing aids, maintaining visual landing aid systems on aircraft carriers. ICs are essential for ensuring that all critical internal communications and related electronic systems are functional 24/7, which is vital for a ship's defense and safety. They are considered one of the most versatile ratings due to the sheer variety of equipment they handle across a ship. So, here we go. Did the scent dogs hit on her vehicle? I have no idea. I can only go by what the law enforcement said, and they said that there was no evidence that he left the house. There was no evidence. That's what they're saying. They're saying that the lights video is of no evidentiary value. So if you believe that he made it home and you believe about the lights, I'm not trying to change your mind. I'm just trying to get you to think that there are other possibilities, that he didn't even make it home. And that she could have dropped him off with someone else and he was not at home. Because once she gets home, we talked about this yesterday. Once she gets home, her stories are changing. They're very inconsistent. And it could be because he wasn't even at home. I'm just getting us to think about it. Yeah, law enforcement will have that video, that audio. They have not allowed Seth to hear it. They have not allowed him to hear it. So I want to recap now, now that I'm recapping, because I still have to get to Seth, and I've got a few more things to show you before I get to some of Seth's interviews. And this is where I want us to go now. It's right here. And this is going to be one of Laura Lodge's, because this is going to recap what we talked about yesterday too. Because I'm trying to figure out, where is the money? I feel like if we can find the money trail, we can find Sebastian. And that's my opinion. All right, if y'all can't hear this, just let me know. Here we go. This is from Laura Lodge. It's The Kidnapping of Sebastian Rogers, Part 3, The Method of Madness.
Started with meeting Chris on a dating app or dating website when she was a 35-year-old single mother of 2, and he was a thrice divorced sailor living on a naval base in San Diego. She married.
Can y'all hear this? This is when Nina meets Chris.
Married him after only a couple of visits, moved to San Diego, and then from there, it's a sad story of a woman falling for a man who she claims has since turned her life into a living nightmare, even after their divorce. She says that he would spank her 3-year-old son Noah and force both him and her 7-year-old daughter Isabella to stand in a corner for timeout entirely too often.
So he would spank her child, have him stand in timeout.
Know precisely what that means, but I'm assuming it means more than, you would expect. The way it's phrased, it sounds like she's saying that these were not necessary punishments. When Nina became pregnant with Faith, Chris encouraged her to get an abortion, even though she explicitly told him she didn't want to. Then, months later, after she had moved back in with her parents to have some support during the pregnancy, she got a call from a neighbor who told her that Chris was getting rid of her things, like just giving away her furniture, her mementos, her keepsakes, her decorations, all of that. When she confronted him about it.
So we were wondering who the friend was, and it was the next door neighbor. Called her and said that Chris was getting rid of all of her things. So at this point in time, Chris is wanting her to abort. She's like, no way. She goes back to Albuquerque. This is what I am gathering here from this interview, or from this video from Aiden at the Laura Lodge.
About all of this, he told her that he was worried about her or their unborn child dying on the table, even though there had been really no reason to suspect that might happen. In addition to that, he did not explain why he was getting rid of her things. He seems to have done that thing where you'll ask a question and he'll answer something else to the extent that you didn't realize he didn't answer your first question. Nina also said that because Chris was not supporting her with the pregnancy and he was being abusive towards her children, she moved back to Albuquerque so that she could live with her parents for the duration of the pregnancy. And Chris did not show up again until after Faith was born. Instead of...
So, are we all on the same page with this? So this is the second, that we're just recapping. She goes back to New Mexico. She hasn't had her baby yet. She goes back to New Mexico. She's with her parents.
Driving out immediately when he had gotten the call that Nina was going into labor, Chris waited a few days, called the hospital a few times and verbally abused the nurses, and then...
So he calls the hospital a few days later after she gives birth by herself. He wasn't even there for her. He wasn't even there. And not only does he call a few days later, but he's having words with the nurse. I bet that nurse won't ever forget him.
And when he finally did show up after Faith was born on June 2nd, he continued to verbally abuse the nurses. Nina says that he was actually nearly kicked out several times for verbally abusing the staff. Now, Nina did say that Faith had to go back into the hospital to the NICU because she was jaundiced and she had to stay there for a week or a week and a half, during which period Chris did stay, and Chris's mother, Kathy, flew out to visit them.
So not only did Chris stay, but now his mama is coming.
after this period, once she was out of the hospital, they stayed in Air Force housing at Kirtland Air Force Base very briefly before Chris returned to San Diego. Nina seems to imply that after giving birth, she wanted to move back in with her parents, but Chris didn't want to do that, and that's why they ended up on the Air Force Base. I should also mention that Nina claims that while living in Air Force Base housing, Chris was abusive towards Faith even, and that he threw her car seat while she was in it onto a coffee table. Why?
So, this is a lot. You know, it's a lot. And I think that now we really understand why he was court ordered to take high conflict behavioral classes. This is serious stuff. You know, it's serious.
Why did he do this? It was because Faith was crying. Why was Faith crying? It was because he had allowed her car seat to bump into a wall. As I said, he did not stay in New Mexico for long, but only a few days after he returned to San Diego, Nina says that she called him and suggested that she move to Hendersonville. Nina says that at the time, she did not understand where this suggestion had come from, as she already had a support system in Albuquerque. But after some time, she says she formulated an idea. She thinks she knows what happened here. As I said, while Faith was in the NICU, Kathy flew down, and she also brought, I believe, Chris's uncle, a man by the name of Duran. And it's Nina's belief that it was at this time that the three of them made a plan. But at the time, Nina was still taking care of her newborn daughter, who was, again, in the neonatal ICU, so she wasn't paying a ton of attention to any machinations going on in the background. So, despite a sense of unease with the entire arrangement, Nina moved out to Tennessee and spent the first month living with Kathy and Chris's stepfather, Terry Bowersox, or it might be Bowersox, for about a month until the apartment that Chris had rented for them was ready. Now, working out a timeline for all of these events was a little bit difficult, but Nina says that Faith was born June 2nd, that Chris stayed for about a week or so afterwards, and that Kathy came to pick Faith up to take Faith specifically to Tennessee a few weeks after that. And then Nina made her way out to Tennessee. So it seems like mid to late July that they made the move. During that time, Nina says that living with Chris's stepfather was...
Well, how convenient. Mama Socks was able to take that baby and go.
Was uncomfortable, and that Terry and Kathy would always bicker at each other, and she'd be bickering with Christopher, and you know, my kids were a problem, an issue, it was always something. And that kids always being an issue thing did catch my eye because of something else that she said, which is that she needed to get a job while she was there because I guess Chris's military salary after nearly 20 years in the Navy somehow was not paying for their expenses. Nina says at a few different points in her story that Chris was not paying for anything, that she was using her own savings, that she was using the money she got from her job. For the moment, that's neither here nor there, and we'll come back to it. The point is that while she was at work, Michael Proudfoot and Linda Proudfoot, Chris's father and stepmother, they offered to watch the kids. But Kathy did not want Faith going to stay with Michael and Linda during the day. So Kathy offered to watch Faith. In fact, according to Nina, Kathy insisted upon watching Faith. So if Nina is to be believed, then the Proudfoot family, whether you're just going to put it on Kathy, or if you're going to claim that Michael and Linda were in on it, the Proudfoot family deliberately separated Faith from her brother and sister at one of the most crucial bonding points in that baby's life. In addition to this poor living situation.
This is, I mean, you know, it is serious. For me, this is so toxic. Yeah, Holly. This is toxic. I don't like it. I don't like it a bit.
Chris's behavior only deteriorated after the move, with Nina claiming that at one point he backhanded her daughter Isabella so hard, reminder, Isabella's about 7 or 8 at the time, so hard that her lip bled. And in case you're wondering why it is that she moved to Tennessee in the first place, I did go over it in part 2, but she still was trying to make the marriage work. She was hoping that the version of Chris that she knew before they got married would come back. In any case, when they were finally able to move into their apartment, which Nina says was at...
I can't believe that she would stay with the abuse of her children. I just can't believe that. I just cannot believe that she would stay. But many women do. Many women do.
At the end of August 2017, Chris moved them in, and then he made all the arrangements necessary, and then he was preparing to go back to San Diego. The night before he was supposed to fly out, however, Nina says that he got a text message, which said something along the lines of, "Hey baby, when is your flight coming in?" Keep in mind, end of August 2017. Nina questioned him about this, only to be told that this person was a lesbian and she had nothing to worry about. But she did not believe him, and she was furious because, in her opinion, she'd just seen proof that he was cheating on her, so she slapped him. In the midst of all of this, Isabella, Nina's other daughter, developed a severe upper respiratory condition and had to go to the hospital at Vanderbilt in Nashville. Because she wasn't sure how long she'd have to stay there, she had her son, Noah, who would have been 3 or 4 at this time, stay with Melissa, Chris's sister. One of Chris's sisters, at least. I don't know if he has multiple. It seems like he does. And then Faith stayed with Kathy. And if there was a trap, this is when it was sprung. What I mean by that is that, according to Nina, when she and Isabella returned home from Vanderbilt, Melissa met her at their apartment with Noah. Kathy, however, did not show up. Instead, an attorney by the name of Patty Garner.
Oh, there's Patty. There's Patty. So now we are understanding that Patty really didn't go all the way to New Mexico. Now we are understanding that Patty did not go all the way to New Mexico. But there she is. There's Miss Patty.
Who Nina says was a friend of Kathy Proudfoot, showed up with a temporary protective order and informed her that Chris planned to file for divorce. Nina tried to call Chris, but he wouldn't.
So Patty has a law firm in Hendersonville. She has her own law firm, and there's 3 other attorneys in her office, or maybe more. You know, I don't know for sure. But she has her own law firm in Hendersonville, and she is BFFs with Kathy. And she served Nina. So instead of giving her back her daughter, she's trying to take her daughter. So she is thinking that Chris is cheating on her. Somebody is saying, "Hey, baby." "2017, okay?" 2017. This woman, Nina, has went through all kind of stuff. Yeah, she definitely should have just stayed in New Mexico. But hey, woulda, coulda, shoulda, and didn't. We all have to learn lessons, right? And some of them are very painful.
Wouldn't pick up the phone, so she went to the sheriff's office to ask them for help, and they told her that it was a legal order, so there was nothing they could do. And with no other options, she drove over to the Bowersox residence so that she could hopefully talk to Kathy and Terry about what was going on. As she did this, hoping to have some backup, she kept Linda Proudfoot, Chris's stepmother, on the phone. But when she approached the door...
So, look, she's got Linda Proudfoot on the phone, Michael Proudfoot's wife, Chris's stepmom, is on the phone, and she's hoping to have backup because she's got Linda on the phone and she's going to Kathy's, right? Who has basically legally been able to take her kid.
Or she says that Terry answered and told her to get off his fucking property and then threatened her with a black and green baseball bat. And Linda, it appears, was not of much help, and Nina says that she believes that that side of the family was in on it. So, with all of the Proudfoots seemingly aligned against her, Nina reached out to her own family back in the Southwest, who told her to stay put, they were coming out immediately. And while they were making their way out from Albuquerque, she started to look for legal counsel in Hendersonville. Nina did not have...
So now we understand, I hope, we understand they all work together to conspire Nina was, she had Linda on the phone thinking, she's got an ally here. But she didn't. She didn't. She was all alone. Yes, Holly, a judge signed off on it. And this was their way of trying to trap her. They used her pain. Her daughter is in the hospital. Her daughter is in the hospital. And they are conspiring to take her baby. She's going through all kinds of stuff. She's at the hospital. She's been in and out of the hospital. What is going on here? Yes, that whole family. It's the whole family. It's the whole family.
Have much money for a lawyer, which she says she believes was the reason that Chris forced her to use her own money to pay for everything, but she was able to get the assistance of an attorney by the name of Mr. Michael Edwards. I will get into it a little bit more later, but I was able to contact Mr. Edwards. He confirmed that he did represent Nina, and the court records from Tennessee also confirmed that he represented Nina. With the assistance of Mr. Edwards, she was able to win the case and have the temporary protective order overturned, with Chris being ordered to return Faith to her the next morning at 8:30 a.m. based on
boom, bam. Boom, bam. It didn't work. He wasn't giving her no money. He was trying to trap her, bringing her to Hendersonville, making her get some, get a job, not giving her any money to save up or anything, because there was a plan. These people make plans. I agree, Seth. I agree. I don't think that just one or two, they all know. They all know. And we have the right to our opinion.
On court records, I believe that would make the exchange date October 3rd, 2017. On that morning, she and her father went to go pick up Faith, and she had her father waited at a Wendy's up the road, she said, sorry. And the reason for this was so that he could follow her out. However, when she went to perform the exchange, she says that the entire Proudfoot family was there, and they were not exactly cooperative. She says
the entire family was there. Entire family is there. This is sad. This is so toxic, guys. I could not imagine. I could not imagine. Just thinking about this makes me want to cry for Nina. It makes me want to cry for Sebastian. They failed. The system is failing these kids left and right. This little girl has been caught in the middle of courts and drama and vindictive behavior. This is not healthy at all for this little girl or any of the children for that matter.
They live streamed the entire thing on Facebook, saying things like, "I can't believe the judge awarded her custody," while she was just asking to have her daughter back. Allegedly, as part of this, Kathy threw a brown paper sack full of diapers and a dirty bottle at her as well, saying, "I think you're going to need this," while she laughed. She goes on to explain that after Chris had finally handed over Faith, Nina started strapping her in, but as soon as she went to do so, Chris got into the driver's seat of her truck. Again, she says all of this was live streamed to Facebook by the Proudfoots. And if it was, one of those live streams should have caught Chris's sister Melissa saying, "Why don't you put it in reverse and drive over her?" Nina.
Wow. So he gets in the car seat and the driver's seat, And then Melissa is heard saying, "Why don't you just drive over?" Are you talking about your niece's mother? Her mother?
Says she scrambled to get her kids out of the car, and just as she got Faith out, Chris did in fact put the car into reverse and begin driving backwards. She and her children then attempted to escape into the sheriff's office, but she says that nobody would let them in until Chris came up behind her, and then they walked all of them inside. And while there, she says that she and her kids were kept in a back room with the lights turned off, and that as she was trying to call her attorney, Kathy took the phone and disconnected the call. As for how she got out of this situation, apparently she was able to speak to Edwards long enough that he was able to explain to the sheriff's department that if this were to get out, it would be really bad for Chris's military career, so they should probably let her go. But again, if Nina's story is to be believed, the ordeal was not over, because allegedly Chris's family got in their cars as she was leaving the sheriff's office and chased her and her father down the interstate at 80 to 90 miles an hour. And it seems she at least believed she was being chased long enough that they didn't even feel safe stopping when they got to Little Rock, Arkansas, and they drove all the way through to Albuquerque, New Mexico in one day. And upon her arrival there, Nina immediately went to the courts, and the New Mexico records confirm this, like October 4th. The New Mexico records say that she filed a TPO, and she filed for divorce. Their divorce was eventually finalized in 2018 after quite a lengthy process of trying to work out the custody arrangements. But even after the divorce, Nina says that there was sort of a constant pestering about custody and making sure that Chris had a say in absolutely everything that Faith did. And it even seems that on a couple of occasions he motioned to get custody of Faith, but it just didn't go anywhere. And then, on December 27th, 2023, things escalated. On that day, Nina had to take Faith to the airport because their custody arrangement granted Chris half the Christmas season. And when she got there, she would be meeting Katie, who would be taking Faith back to Tennessee. And Nina also says that when she arrived at the airport, Katie was filming their entire interaction, and apparently this is something she always does. You know, Aiden, I'd be willing to bet that if she's been filming, all of the times she's filmed are probably also on the cloud.
I would imagine so.
I would imagine law.
I would imagine so too. All that filming is on the cloud. It's on the cloud. I mean, unless she manipulated that too.
Enforcement could probably verify if this was filmed. Most likely, correct?
I would say so.
I would say so. And you know, I also would say that if they were live streaming to Facebook in 2017, Facebook should at the very least have a record that a live stream occurred, even if the video has been deleted, right?
Generally.
Yeah, which the FBI could easily subpoena.
I mean, they might even be able to use the Wayback Machine.
That's true.
Yeah, it's going to be on, it would be on that Meta. FBI could get it. That is for sure.
Ooh, no, couldn't use Wayback. I went and checked Chris Proudfoot. I couldn't find, there's no record on Wayback of any of the Proudfoots so far as I can tell. Well, no, I mean, Alexa doesn't automatically crawl every web page. Usually there has to be a reason for it. Like if a search term goes viral or, you know, a page gets a lot of visits, well, then it'll get crawled by the bots that feed the Wayback Machine. But in this case, you're not going to be able to see anything unless there was a reason to archive it. And when it comes to...
I agree, Holly. And you know what? When you get a certain age, you can say, hey, I don't want to go.
Private Facebook pages or personal Facebook pages, there's generally not a ton of reason to do so. But, you know, to take us back into where we were, which is the fact that, or I guess the allegation that when Nina took Faith to the airport on December 27, 2023, Katie filmed the entire interaction. And then after Nina had handed Faith over to Katie, a man approached her as she was getting into her car and had some papers in his hand. And he said, "Are you Nina Gomez?" And when she said, "Yes, I am," he attempted to hand her the papers and say, "You've been served." As it turns out, both according to Nina and verified by court documents, that man was named Michael Tinker, and he was a lawyer hired by the Proudfoot family to engage in a custody case that was ongoing. Because once the Proudfoot family to engage in a custody
Here's his name. What's his name?
that was ongoing. Are you Nina Gomez? And when she said, "Yes, I am," he attempted to hand her the papers and say, "You've been served." As it turns out, both according to Nina and verified by court documents, that man was named Michael Tinker, and he was a lawyer hired by the Proudfoot family to engage in a custody case that was ongoing. Because, once again, Chris was still fighting for custody this whole time. And I know...
So they wait until Katie has her and then wants to serve Nina again. Just a living nightmare. It's been a nightmare. When she says that it's been a nightmare since she met him, it sounds like it, don't it?
Oh, I said we're going to go through what's verifiable. I just want to be clear right here. This is all verifiable. This is all in the New Mexico court records. Chris tried to get custody. He reopened this case in September of 2023. So all of this interaction, this all happened during a custody battle. I'll get a little bit deeper into the specifics of that custody battle later on in the video. The point of the matter is that when Nina was handed papers by an attorney after just handing Faith over to a member of the Proudfoot family, she panicked. Because this is precisely what happened 6 years earlier when Chris used a TPO to take Faith from her the first time. So Nina bolted from the car without taking the papers. She ran through the airport screaming that Katie was going to kidnap her daughter, grabbed Faith, and then went and called the Albuquerque Police Department, who, she says during the Christmas season, have officers stationed at the airport at all times. And Nina says that Katie got all of this on film too. The police
Hey, Brenda, thank you, babe. Thank you.
Arrived shortly after Nina called them, but just like in 2017, they told her, there's nothing we can do. This is a legal part of the custody arrangement, and them serving you papers doesn't change that. Basically, it was Chris's weekend, so he'd done nothing wrong. And this obviously frustrated Nina quite a bit, but it was only once she looked—
Wow, that is crazy. Oh my gosh, I can't imagine. I just can't imagine this.
Looked at the papers she had been served that she says everything became clear to her. That's because the papers she was handed were not a TPO. They were not a temporary protective order at all. They were a summons to a hearing she not only already knew about, but had been informed of multiple times and planned to attend. In any case, those papers that she was served were in reference to that same hearing, which was on January 2nd, 2024. And she says that the day of that hearing, Chris and Katie used the incident at the airport to not only motion to relocate Faith to Tennessee, but also to order a psych evaluation for Nina. The evidentiary hearing for that was scheduled for March 5th, 2024, but just a week before that was supposed to happen, Sebastian Rogers disappeared. And at first—
Wow. So you heard it, okay? You heard it. What started in 2023 and the papers that were served is the hearing in January 2024. That court date, January 2024, and then the court date was in March. So, do you see a history of the way that they plan? There's a history of planning, of vindictiveness, of not thinking about the child, just thinking about winning. It's almost like these kids are a game. It's all about control. And so, when I tell you guys that the root cause for Sebastian to go missing has to do with this. It has to do with this court hearing. But the question remains, how does this benefit? How does Sebastian going missing benefit them obtaining full custody of Faith? He wasn't going to be a witness. He wasn't going to testify. That whole family has conspired against this woman since this little girl's been born. And where is Sebastian in all of this? When all this craziness is going down with the courts, their, family table, dinner table discussions about getting custody. I know that Sebastian and her FaceTime a lot. They love one another. I can't imagine how she feels when she comes home to her dad's house and her stepbrother isn't there. Why would they? How does this benefit? I want you guys to think about that. How does this benefit the custody battle if Sebastian goes missing? What's the motive? What's the motive? Right. And they have, they've got the money. I mean, I guess they have money they can just throw around like it's nothing. They've got disposable money. They can just throw it around. They could not want him to talk about the horrible things. Maybe it has something to do with some of the things that he has told his teachers. Maybe it has to do with the CPS. If he stays here any longer, he's going to hinder the process. We've got to get him out. Chris was working on, allegedly, Chris was, quote unquote, working on Katie to get Katie to agree for Sebastian to go and live with Seth. But as we can see, they don't like that. They don't want to give up control. They don't want to give up control. I think Chris was playing Seth. If that's what he was saying to Seth, I think he was playing him like a fiddle. All the while, there was already a plan in place. And I think, in my opinion, that Sebastian never even made it home because his mother and his stepfather have the ability to manipulate the electronics, the dash cam. We know that Sebastian was going to stay. When Sebastian would go and stay at his dad's on the weekends, every other weekend, that's when Katie would hightail it to Memphis. And she'd stay there. So this man wasn't even coming home. Exactly. Women's warrior living with Seth doesn't make it go away because Sebastian would have told Seth everything. And Sebastian could have still ruined it by speaking on what he knew or what he had overheard or the things that he was learning. I do wonder if that's, if he just wasn't allowed back at the house or if he was just choosing not to go back. He was just making a stance. Look, Katie, it's me or him. We haven't went through all of this trying to get Faith for nothing. And they decided where Sebastian would go. But in my opinion, I do not think that they unalived him. I think that he is somewhere. Yeah, they had a CPS report. They had a CPS against them in January about Sebastian that might have been brought up against CP in Nina's case. I tell you what, all the stuff that the law enforcement would know now, especially getting the metadata from, like Facebook and, the live video and the different videos that Katie was always recording, showing the toxicity of the environment in which these kids would be forced to have to endure. Look, that's going to be a no-go. That's why KP went to Memphis on the child. Yeah, possibly so. Women's Warrior. Exactly. That is a good point. Why wouldn't CP be allowed back at his house on the weekend? Sebastian was with Seth, and of course he could. But it could be that that's what he told her. We just don't know. What we do know is that if we are to believe Nina, and Aiden is saying here that he has checked it out of the attorneys and things of that nature, it's legit. None of this family, none of them are putting the kids first. They're putting their own ego first. And that's toxic. That's really sad that nobody, not one of them, not one of them has any sense about how to raise kids. A healthy kid where they don't need evaluations like Chris. Behavioral issues, emotional behavioral issues that Chris has unfortunately learned. Unfortunately, he has had to be raised by people that taught him that. Because the fruit, it ain't fallen far from the tree here. We see that his mother's actions and his actions are the same. And she's not thinking about this baby. And then one day she's going to wake up and wonder why she has nothing to do with her. Well, you can't treat people. You just can't treat the mother this way and expect anything any different. She has siblings. She loves her mother. This is her safe place. And you're trying to rip all of that away. All of it. Ripping it away. So let's finish this.
First, Nina thought that this was all a ploy, that Chris was just making this up as a way to get out of that hearing and maybe buy time to construct a more solid case or just kind of, drag things out. But as the days went on, it became clear to her that this was real. Sebastian actually was missing. There is some more said. Nina goes over, how this has affected her life. She gives a few more details. I would recommend that everybody go and watch through it or listen through it because there's a lot of detail. It's 2 hours long. I obviously could not distill the entire thing down for this video. But what I've given you here are the key aspects, the things that matter the most to the argument we're making here. The interview as a whole presents Chris as this abusive, controlling, manipulative narcissist, and his family does not come across much better. But the question here is this an accurate account of events? Contested custody battles can be some of the most bitter legal fights there are, and exaggerations and manipulations of the truth from exes in order to get the upper hand on one another are not unheard of. So it's important that we take a step back and consider the evidence. We're not taking Chris at face value, so it's only fair that we also don't take Nina at face value. While I find much of Nina's narrative compelling, there are a few things that kind of immediately stick out as improbable, if not impossible. Some even could be corroborated or debunked if law enforcement knew where to look. Most of the events that Nina described would, or at least should, have been observed by objective witnesses. So I think the best place to start is with the more unlikely ones, the ones that weren't witnessed. This would, of course, include all of Nina's allegations of domestic abuse against Chris, as those incidents happened when nobody else was in the home but them. While I don't doubt that Chris would have been abusive towards Nina's kids based on the fact that he admitted being abusive towards Katie's son, there's no doctor's visits or police reports to corroborate this. A better example may be her story about what happened after the custody exchange, where she says that the Proudfoots got in their cars and followed her and her father down the interstate at 80 to 90 miles an hour. On its face, this seems rather strange simply due to how absurd it is, but absurdity is not evidence against something. Absurd things do happen. But there are further issues with this portion of the narrative that should probably be considered. One question I have is if she actually meant interstate rather than just highway, because the only interstate route in the area that would lead to Albuquerque is I-40. And the nearest entrance to I-40 from Gallatin, Tennessee is near West Nashville. What that means is that if they were chasing her on the interstate, they had to follow her 30 to 35 miles through or around Nashville just to get to I-40. Now, it's not impossible, it's just a little hard to believe, and of course on top of that, there is the option that she may have just thought she was being followed because she was panicking. And the reason I...
Well, I mean, yeah, it's going to be Vietnam vets. It's an interstate. Yeah. So, yeah, I could see that. You have to go Vietnam vets to get on the interstate. So I can see that. I can see them chasing her on Vietnam vets. I sure can. I wanted to recap this stuff because he does talk about the attorney, Patty. He talks about the attorney, Michael Tinker. So we have attorneys, local attorneys that are very, close to Kathy. And I wanted to show you guys too that it's not just Kathy and Terry. It sounds like it's also Linda and Michael. They're also toxic in this whole grand scheme of things of where is Sebastian? And I really do think that when we follow the money, we're gonna follow the money straight to Sebastian because they have disposable money, evidently. And there's plenty of ways to hide money, like offshore accounts and through these attorneys. So I'm going to go over a couple of interviews with Seth. This is from Court TV. And if y'all have any other interviews that you'd like to go over with Seth, just put them in the chat. That's not a problem. And hello, everybody coming in. Hello, hello. Silence dog. Hey, how's it going? Yeah, speed limit on Vietnam vets is 70 miles an hour to the interstate, and from the West Coast, say highway or freeway, like we say interstate here. Correct. Exactly. So yeah, I mean, it would not be unheard of for them to be following behind her, scaring her on Vietnam vets before they actually got on one of the main interstates. Because that's where yeah, they must have it. I mean, hey, okay, here we go. Here we go. So we're just going to compare. This is a comparison because I think we need to compare the interviews that we have listened to yesterday and today with Chris and all of that mess. And then we listened to Seth.
He's my life. He's my heart. He's not
Oh,
here. My son.
You are, and you've talked about how nothing is going to make you give up hope. Tell us, please, where's that drive coming from?
My son. He's my life. He's my heart. He's not here, and I'm not complete unless I have him. So it's the drive to be whole again.
Yesterday's networks just won't meet the needs of tomorrow's AI. It was the point that we said we're going to need a bigger boat. We expect to triple over the next.
You know, I applaud you for holding out hope, being so resilient, being positive, and who knows what can happen with this investigation, and any day could be the day Sebastian comes home. From your perspective, Seth, how satisfied are you with the investigation being done by TBI?
My son's not here. They have no evidence. They haven't. Sumner County is the one that's like doing it. TBI is assisting. I've asked TBI to take it over. They haven't yet. There's just things that I don't think have been done.
What would you like to be done, Seth, that hasn't been?
I have a list of stuff, but I don't know if they've done it or not. I mean, there's been questions that have been asked and things that have been answered.
thank you, Holly. You're so sweet. Thank you so much, sweetheart. Thank you. Thank you.
It's really hard to have evidence if certain protocols aren't being followed. You have to start back over from day one.
You know, going back to day one, so Sebastian goes to sleep the evening of February 25th. It's on the morning of the 26th that your ex-wife finds that he's not in his bedroom. She is the only one said to be home, and Sebastian could have vanished sometime in the hours from when she last saw him go to sleep and from the time she opened the door. There's a window there overnight. Your best guess, Seth, based on how well you know your son, what do you think happened to Sebastian?
He's not the type to put on, he's not the type to leave the house without putting on socks and shoes. As for running away or leaving, he didn't take his backpack. He didn't take his switch. He didn't take his phone. I mean,
So this is common sense. It's common sense. And it's what stumps us. He didn't take his backpack. He didn't take anything. Not even his shoes. No one runs away without shoes. No one is going to be leaving the house in the middle of the night, especially Sebastian, without shoes. And nothing. There's no evidence that he left the house. If there's no evidence that he left the house and he's not in the house, then evidently he didn't make it home.
just doesn't make sense. And he's not one to wander. He's never eloped before.
Are you leaning towards a potential kidnapping?
Anything is speculation at this point in time, because there is no, as they have said, evidence that leads towards foul play. But there's things that just don't add up. His mother was the last one to see him. She's responsible for.
Exactly. And there's no cameras that is catching him run. There's no scent. We're not, that they had all kinds of search and rescue teams out there.
this, either through negligence at the bare minimum.
Has she been a good mother to Sebastian?
Not in my opinion.
What do
This
you
is the
see
third
that's
time that there's been an issue. You know,
Well, if you put a man before your child, in my opinion, you're not a good mom. If you put anybody ahead of their rearing, because let me tell you something, the way that I raise my kids, if there is anybody that's ever going to be at fault, I only want to blame myself. I don't want to blame somebody else. If Sebastian was not coming first, and it sounds like he wasn't, then that's not good. It's just not good.
son's come up missing now under her watch. Time before that, her and Chris let my son get molested and raped in their apartment. And the time before that, I did a well care check because she let a known sex offender who, yes, did their 9 years in prison, but she left my son around that person. You don't do that. If you're a parent, you don't do that. You're supposed to protect your kid.
Supposed to protect your kid. That's what typical mothers do. Not create a lot of toxic environment like Kathy and Katie did to Nina, if true.
You don't put them in where they can get in any type of harm's way.
Seth, you said something very upsetting, very shocking, and I just want to go back just a moment. You said that your wife allowed your son, Sebastian, your ex-wife, I should say, your ex-wife allowed Sebastian to be in a situation where he was molested and raped?
In California. And Chris in her apartment. They let a child who was 5 years older than my son play with my son and didn't bother to check on him there neither.
Well, I mean, you can hear the didn't bother to check on him there either. Heartbreaking.
He lost his innocence because of it.
Seth, I'm so sorry to hear this. I'm so sorry to hear this. No child should be subjected to any kind of abuse whatsoever. Sexual abuse can be especially traumatic for a young child. Is this something that Sebastian has struggled with since then?
Yeah, I finally was able to actually start getting him therapy for it last year. The fact is,
Yeah, I mean, who does that? I mean, you're going to look, all of that's happened with Sebastian, and you're just going to look for a babysitter, just any kind of babysitter? What's going on here? And oh my gosh, Lori, I cannot believe you're late. Lori? Good to see you, babe. Good to see you, Lori.
is that they weren't doing the correct thing, clearing California. And
how to find the right car for you. Go to cars.com. Look at the car you like.
It's just last year finally getting him help because he's a victim. And now I'm finding out not only was, he was a victim of that, he's a victim of not getting the help he needs. And, I've listened to some of their podcasts where they make fun of him, you know, make fun of his dancing. Chris obviously has this thing about corporal discipline with him, and it's just... it's not good.
Seth, I'm so sorry.
We love you, Seth.
I need to find my son,
right?
And he's going to need extensive therapy now to put him back on the right track.
Yes. Was Sebastian the one who told you about the sexual abuse that had happened?
His mother did, and my son did. This happened in California, so Sheriff's Department, CPS was involved. Sheriff's Department was involved there. They wouldn't give me the kid's name, his last name. But at least the only thing I was able to do there was put the detective over that case in contact with the school psychologist so that at least they could protect the other children from this child.
Right.
Because that's what a parent would do. That's what parents should do. You're supposed to protect your kid. Get them the help that they need. But the way that Chris has made fun of Sebastian, the way that Chris has made fun of Seth, it's juvenile. You know, it's very immature. But it shows the character, the respect, because there is none. There's no respect.
So no juvenile proceedings commenced or anything like that, Seth, with this child? He wasn't brought to juvenile court?
No, in California, kids 13, you know, they're like, he's too young to prosecute. And they wouldn't do anything about the parents either.
Seth, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. My heart breaks for you for so many reasons, and
it does us too. It breaks my heart because Sebastian wasn't at Seth's house. It's at Katie's. He was living there. And if we look at the past behavior and we take that behavior as evidence of what could have taken place, they could have definitely had a plan. Just like they planned to take Faith away from Nina. They planned to control, fixed mention control, all of that. And that's what they were doing with Sebastian, controlling his life. He couldn't even get a role. He couldn't get his own role at the Texas Roadhouse. Let him get that, put his hand in that basket, girl, and get you a role. I mean, just simple things like that, that we notice, right? That we notice that she won't even let him get his own role. It's disheartening to see the difference of the behaviors of the parents. Now, people can say what they want to about Seth, but you can't say that he has not done everything that he knows to do to try to find Sebastian. Even going to search in the woods, hoping and praying that you're not going to find your child in the woods, deceased. There are two sides that have been created, but the two sides have been created based on the behavior in the very beginning. And I'm telling you, you can go back and you can look at these comments and all the hate channels, all the haters that want to bash Seth. they're all bashing Chris and Katie. It's just that, you know, some of these creators have been able to distract, deflect, make them, you know, forget the facts. And the facts of this case is pretty cut and dry, in my opinion. In my opinion. Let's watch a few minutes of this. This is Pascal. This was a year ago. Exclusive interview. Sebastian Rogers' biological dad, Seth Rogers, gives updates and ongoing search.
We are still looking for this young man as we speak. I just want to make that abundantly clear. We don't know where he is. There have been multiple interviews everywhere. Okay, multiple podcasts, multiple interviews by the Proudfoots. I know Seth has recently been making his rounds more frequently on these interviews as well. And shout out to all you content creators that have been able to sit down and have a conversation with him as well. But still, I still got questions. I got a lot of
Same, you know, when I was low on money because I was having to pay bills and everything. I mean, you know, the kid's dad was giving me child support, but it was agreed upon and it definitely wasn't near enough. But sometimes, you know, if I asked the kid's dad, he would give it to me. But there were times that, you know, Cece's would be closing and Cece's was right there by us, the pizza place, and it was right by our apartment. And I would go in there right before they closed and they knew why I was coming in there. Come on, y'all, give me the leftovers. Don't throw this away. Just give it to me. I mean, where there's a will, there's a way, but you got to put your kids first. Giving that boy a roll, letting him have his own hand in the basket to get his own roll. What was the problem? Are you that strict? I would say so. The evidence, the proof is in the pudding.
questions that I want to know what's going on. So I am very humbled to bring our friend. He's called on to the show before. I've been talking to him for a while now. I'm honored to even call him my friend. Please welcome Seth Rogers to the show. Seth, how you doing, my brother?
I'm alive. Boots on the ground still.
No doubt. No doubt. First off, I want to do this for you really quick. You doing that thing out there, bro. You doing that thing. I just want you to know that. So I appreciate you, and I appreciate all that you have been doing, because somebody's got to do it. And I don't really see anybody else spearheading this situation. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I am my son's voice.
I mean, we didn't hear anybody else. We haven't seen anybody else. We haven't seen Chris or Katie doing anything to try to find Sebastian. I haven't seen them doing anything publicly. Maybe they have behind the scenes, but they have used their time. Chris has used his time to go up on panels, you know, to not even talk about Sebastian, showing his face, nothing. It's the weirdest thing.
No doubt. No doubt. How has things been recently?
It's been like a John Grisham novel, to be honest.
Mm.
Thank you.
This is going to be an awesome game, guys. I still can't believe you also bought a new Shell Brothers phone. After seeing yours, how could I not?
Yes, I'm live. I'm not putting you on the camera. Nobody wants to see you in your pajamas.
I'm sure there's some people that do. But when you say John Grisham,
want to see you in your pajamas.
Hold on, time out. You're being silly now. But when you say it's like a John Grisham novel, what do you mean by that exactly?
Just the amount of weird shit. I mean,
exactly, Tina. The moment that she left, She knew that Sebastian was not coming back home. She knew where she knew. You're not going to have a missing kid and then leave that house. I mean, that's my opinion. You're not going to have a missing kid, perhaps coming back home and not be there. You're going to wait and wait and wait and wait. You're not going to leave the house. When she left that house with Chris, I knew then she knows where he's at. I mean, I've been knowing she knows where he's at. It's just, you know, you just have that feeling. It's common sense, really. It's just common sense. And a lot of people don't have common sense.
Can I cuss on here?
Yeah, you good, bro. It's a late night show. It's a Friday. We good.
All right. It's just some weird stuff has been going on as of late that it's just weird. My volunteers have been having people follow them while they handed out flyers and stuff like that. So
people are getting followed, you said?
Yep.
Do you mind expanding on that a little bit?
I just tell my volunteers that get together to help pass out flyers for Sebastian. They noticed that vehicles be following them. And I told them if they see anybody following them, get their license plate number. And I pass it off to TBI.
That's what's up. Wow. So people are getting followed, allegedly. People are getting followed who are just passing out flyers, volunteers that are just contributing in trying to find.
So, like yesterday's show, we were talking about, hey, Ida, good to see you. Hey, y'all coming in. Hey, hey, hey. Like we were talking yesterday, when the Cajun Navy, you know, Chris was all upset because he wasn't getting the attention with the Cajun Navy and Seth was. It is about the control, in my opinion. It's about the control. Wanting to control everything. And because they couldn't control Seth, this is why we were having problems. That's why we had problems. It's because they couldn't control Seth and the narrative. Seth was seeing things that was he couldn't co-sign all that. You can't. Seth is not the type of person that's going to be able to co-sign bullshit. He's just not going to be able to do it.
Your son. That's very odd. Have you seen anything like that yourself? Have you been followed?
Can't intimidate me. I have a goal in mind.
Gotcha. Have you already reported that? Because that basically says yes to me. So have you reported that at all to TBI or any law enforcement at all that you have been followed?
Yeah.
Has it changed as of late, or are you still getting followed?
I haven't been followed today.
I still think, and I'm going to hold to it, I still think, and I'm going to hold to this, that when we were in court, when we had to go to court to be supportive for Betty, and we all parked in the garage, he still had his stickers and everything on his truck. It was evident that that would be his truck. As soon as we left court, we're meeting up at a restaurant. We're going to meet up at a restaurant in Clarksville. Well, and we're leaving Hendersonville. It's about 45 minutes away, 45 minutes to an hour away. And when we leave the garage, we get up on the interstate and Seth calls and said, I broke down. And I'm like, what? Yeah, I broke down. you know, $6,000 or $7,000 later, I think somebody put something in his gas tank or something. And I wouldn't put it past him. And now I think looking back, we can all agree that Bauer Sox Jr., when he posted that about Chris, he had some insider knowledge. Yeah, sugar. Yeah.
When
But
did you go ahead?
Today, if they wanted to know where I've been, I mean, they can ask me. Whoever wants to follow me, I was at church 3 times today. It's Good Friday. Time to go to Mass.
Why do I take Tagrisso? Tagrisso, I can make pancakes.
Right on. When did you report that? Go ahead. What were you saying?
Did you go to Mass?
Not yet.
Oh, says that try 14,000. I mean, and then people want to joke and make fun and say that he's grifting. Okay, try to have a missing kid. You're putting all kinds of mileage, trying to do everything that you can. And that 20,000, that 20,000 is easy to go through. But it lasted Seth a long time, and I'm pretty sure he still has some left in it. Signs, flyers cost money. This stuff has not been given to him. Bracelets, that stuff costs money. Going back and forth to Georgia, to North Carolina, to Virginia, to, the Smoky Mountains. I mean, we're talking about, going to Missouri, going to Ohio, going here, going there. Following leads is not cheap. And people want to make fun of a GoFundMe or make fun because, if one of my mods could drop his Cash App, that would be great. That would be great. Because I support Seth finding his son in any way that he can. And if we can help, that's what I want to do. I don't want to hinder. I don't want to make fun. I don't want to prevent him doing everything that he can. But you have to have a working vehicle. And y'all, when I tell you, it was the day of court that his truck broke down. It was the day of court. And I don't think that that was a coincidence.
I'm a bad boy. I'm burning in the fiery pits of hell. I know.
I'll get down and help make sure that you don't stay there long.
I appreciate that, my brother. I appreciate that. But when did you go ahead? Say that again.
It's always time to change.
Right. Always time. But when did you report to TBI that you were actually getting followed? Was that yesterday or was that a few days ago?
I've reported some license plate.
Thank you, me and you. I mean, buy him a coffee. Buy Seth a coffee. It's just, sharing is caring.
Numbers to TBI. I let them know a couple weeks ago that some of my volunteers were being followed.
That's just crazy to me. Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty weird.
That's very, very weird. We might circle back to that question here in a second, or at least that topic here in a second. But I do have some questions. I know that there has been some updates. You and Katie Proudfoot, at least Katie Proudfoot, were in the same room with TBI, and they gave you some updates. Can you tell me anything that came of that conversation with TBI?
The video with the 2 flashlights on there, they showed me the whole video. And then they showed me the video in the daylight too. And wasn't flashlights. It was literally the video that was showed to the public was like a small little portion of the screen, not the whole actual screen. And it was a trash truck. It came through. It's why it was slow at the beginning, because it was picking up trash. And then after they picked up trash, when it came back, they were dipping out in the neighborhood.
Seth, if you're still in here, do you still agree with that? And you're right. I mean, Seth is, he's not asking. He's not. And if you were in his shoes, which thank God we're not, but if we were, and if that day were to ever come that we're in his shoes, we would need help. We would even need help getting out of bed. And you can't say that, well, at some point in time, you just got to move on. Life goes on. Tell that to somebody looking for their child, that life goes on. And they may not talk to you again. Yeah, he loves Mountain Dew too. Yeah, buy him a Mountain Dew. He loves Mountain Dew too. Yeah. He likes that Mountain Dew. He sure does. And Mama Rissa, we'll get you. I've got to remember to do that, to send you some. I've got to remember to do that.
Interesting. Because, okay, so we've seen that video. We've all seen at least what Nick Barris put out here. Now, and you're trying to explain it a little bit. I hope you can explain a little bit more. When you went and saw it with TBI, the nighttime stuff, the flashlight, the stuff that looked like fireflies, for crying out loud, and the black abyss, was that the full picture, or was that a cropped video?
That was like a 3x5 of a full TV screen.
When you invest in yourself, the results are transformative. With 84% of...
Really?
Yes.
So, okay, so it was a cropped segment, or a cropped section of a very big picture.
I've seen some people actually sit there and talk about, well, the trash don't run at 3:15 in the morning. You're right. It runs between 5 and 5:30 in the morning.
Right.
But the whole time that I watched this, the time on the DVR that they had stayed 3:11 for like 15 minutes.
Okay. So
broke equipment.
So it was broken. Okay. So it stayed at 3:11 for the whole time. So 3 o'clock was not the time that these trash guys came in. These garbage men came in and picked up the trash. That was a little bit later on, a little bit earlier in the morning, if that makes any sense. More like 5 or so, right?
Correct.
And of course, again, this was a cropped video from a very, very big video.
Yes.
Okay.
I honestly think somebody did it for clickbait. I mean,
I see. Okay. So then, okay.
He wanted people to log in, to follow. And if he's watching this, now he knows why I'm not answering his phone calls.
Oh, I see. No, I get that. But okay, then tell me this.
It is false information and something that's going on trying to find my son.
I can understand getting upset about that.
There's that Mountain Dew right there. There's that Mountain Dew. Yeah, don't let me forget, Mama Rissa. Jen, can I ask a weird question? Have you heard anything about searchers being followed by people in ghillie suits in the woods in the beginning? I don't remember that. I don't remember. I don't remember.
for sure. I definitely can. But there is actual movement in that area. If he didn't know, I could see that. But, you know, I could see a little mistake happening there. But as far as the rest of the image, right? Because it was only cropped with a bunch of, you know, with those 2 white dots floating around for 2 seconds, right? What does the rest of the picture that you saw look like? Is it just pitch black, or was there movement elsewhere?
It's literally, it's dark because it's at night, but you can make out the road.
And
so it's like whoever shared it with Nick and Nick put it out, you could see the whole road. There was nothing there. There was no cars on that road. There was no movement on the road except for the trash truck. That was it.
Gotcha.
I wonder if Seth still thinks that. I wonder if he still thinks, you know, the same way, because as the time goes on, I just wonder if he's changed his mind about that. Yes, it is a full moon in Taurus. Y'all should watch my full moon in Taurus video. It's not long at all, and I love it. I love this stuff. Y'all know I love astrology.
Gotcha. Okay. But you also saw footage from during the day as well, right? You just said that it was nighttime and day.
Yeah, because what they wanted to do is they showed me the footage for the night, and then they turned around and they took from the same camera video footage from the day and showed me where the markings and everything were, so that I had no doubt in my mind.
Gotcha.
Because some of those lights actually stay stationary.
Mm-hmm.
They're on throughout the night and throughout the day. And they literally showed me where it was. And I've been in the neighborhood. I even knew what house it was. As soon as I saw it, I recognized the house. So I knew the angle. Because the angle's coming from at the end of the street. It's not pointing at like a common section. It's just literally at the end of the street so that the owner can watch all their vehicles.
Gotcha.
In my opinion, and if Seth is, if you're still in here, speak for yourself. But in my opinion, I think that Seth doesn't think that he made it home. And the reason why I think that Seth doesn't think that he made it home is because he asked me to create a new map. He had been asking me to do that for months, to create a map from the Texas Roadhouse rather than his home. That's why I think that. That's why I think that.
Wow. Okay. And for everyone who's watching the show, just tuning in just right now, this is the biological father of Sebastian Rogers. Just so you guys know, he is boots on the ground in Hendersonville, doing everything he can to find his son. He has been missing for the past month now. It's, I'm sure, extremely daunting. As you can tell, Seth, I mean, I can't wait for you to have an actual good night's rest. I know that won't happen until you find Sebastian, but still, I know that you're doing a lot of work to try to bring your son home.
I feel better today. I've been to church 3 times. I've done mass. I'll be at church again tomorrow for Holy Saturday, and then it's Easter Sunday. And I'm just praying for a miracle. So,
same here. Same here.
Well,
Thank you, Shauna. You're a sweetheart. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Shauna. Being a member for a whole month. We're watchers over here. That's what we do. We observe. We try not to fix, manage, control the narrative. We just want to observe and be watchers. And, you know, pose questions that make and bring resolve. The astrology part with the watchers over here is this thing. We're just not trying to fix, manage, control it. We're observing the clock that's always ticking.
Go to mass for that then, buddy.
I will be. I will be for sure. I will be for sure. But one thing I do want to point out really quick to everybody, real quick right now, is that there is a GoFundMe right now. This is to help Seth stay boots on the ground out in that area. Okay. Before we continue on in our conversation, please, guys, I'm going to make sure that it is posted in the posted at the top of the chat, in the family chat, so that you guys can go. I got you. I got you. But for those of y'all who want to stay in heaven and want to help volunteer, could you let them know where they can go and volunteer? They need as many boots on the ground, okay, out there, guys. So
when we go back a year, we find interviews from Chris and Katie, but they're not searching. They're not putting out flyers. They're not asking for the public's help. And so when we compare apples to apples, there's no comparison here. I mean, it's a fact. There's no comparison here.
can you tell them where they can go and when you guys are starting your search tomorrow morning and all that?
Right now, you just need to kind of pay attention to the Facebook pages. I will be at church tomorrow. I mean, I'm taking this weekend to get my leads in place so that I have viable leads on where I can send people. There's a couple groups that are out there that feel the same way that I do about my son. You can't scare them. They're meeting. They've got things on Facebook.
Gotcha.
So where they're showing up, they showed up today. I think it was like 35 or 40 of them. And they went and handed out flyers and searched a couple areas. I know all that sort of stuff. At the same point in time, during this interview, I've already ignored 8 telephone calls from people who are calling in to find out what the game plan is and to tell me information.
Well, I won't keep you on very long. I know that you got a lot going on. I got a few more questions for you, but I do want to bring up all these things so that people know where to go. So is it still 90 Volunteer Drive, Hendersonville?
They are not there anymore.
Okay. So where do they go now?
We do not have a location currently for everybody to meet up. When I choose a location, it will go out the night before. That way I can get there and scope the area, make sure that it's a safe gathering spot for people.
It seems like that. It really does. It seems like the money control, like the control of the money with Nina, trying to control the money with Seth to hinder Seth. Why were they so mad? Why was that such a big deal? I mean, we can theorize, but I think that you're spot on. I think you're spot on.
Okay. So how are you going to let us know, or will you let me know at least so we can put it up online, let people know? Go ahead.
Let you know. I have your number. I have a couple other YouTubers' number, and I've got people with Facebook.
Right. And I also, just to clarify, guys, the threats that
no
been added in later on in their conversations and in their interviews.
Actually, was false information.
15,000 times over. And it just, but I remember in the interview that you had in the past, you said something about the dogs catching a scent going into a construction site and it just stopping in that construction site. But just recently, I think just yesterday or the day before, you did an interview with local news, and you said that the dogs did not catch any scent.
That's what they're telling me now.
So the scent that the dogs picked up near this construction site was not that of Sebastian Rogers?
That's what they told me.
That's
they said
very
the
interesting.
information that I received when I asked questions previously was false information.
Tis an all new season premiere.
It's beginning to look a lot like competition.
Is Team Naughty?
Interesting.
Misinformation. Misinformation. I mean, that's what we've been dealing with a lot, you know, a lot of misinformation. And the misinformation is where we take somebody and what they said to us and we take it to the bank and we tell other people and we haven't really verified that information to be fact, right?
Interesting. It's very interesting. You know, I guess I keep wondering about those things because it just, I know it was said before and then things have changed, you know, like things that we've heard from the Proudfoots, they have changed over time. Now, I get it that during trauma, during nerves, being interrogated, sometimes information slips through the cracks, right? Sometimes you forget things, so on and so forth. But there's been things that have been added in later on in their conversations and in their interviews. Like, you saw the Nancy Grace interview, did you not?
No, I kind of stopped watching the interviews after a particular one where I found out a lot of stuff that, you know, about CPS and stuff.
Yes.
I kind of feeling, you know, I guess I probably should turn around and watch more of them, but that kind of just kind of hurt me. So
you found out about CPS from watching the conversation that they had with another podcaster. That's the first and only time you heard about Chris.
I agree, Mama Ressa. He probably thought that he could trust him. He probably thought that he could trust people. But he's definitely learned. I'm down, Shauna. Down for that, babe. I don't, you know, it's just, man.
Putting his hands on your son, Sebastian, that would garner him a visit by CPS. Am I correct?
Yes.
So you never heard anything from any officials of any sort about this, even Katie Proudfoot as well. You never heard anything from her too?
No.
All right, I'm going to ask you a hard question. Has Sebastian ever spoken to you about the dynamics inside the Proudfoot's home?
Nope. I really wish he had. Because here in Tennessee, everybody's a mandated reporter. And if I had known some of the stuff that was going on, it would have been a phone call. I'd have called Clarksville PD, Montgomery County Sheriff's.
I bet. I would too.
My son would probably still be here right now.
So, question, because he says he only used the belt once and CPS was called. Do you believe it only happened once?
Doesn't really matter what I believe. I know that he admitted that it happened.
Gotcha. It's interesting because
Chris said that didn't get CPS called on him. He did an interview, I showed it yesterday, where Chris said that didn't warrant CPS.
We dissected it this morning, and he said something completely different on Nancy Grace and said that wasn't the case. The inconsistencies are not good and very frustrating, just as a fellow parent here as well. And I keep wondering if there was ever any conversation or any hint at Sebastian having any issues or any problems with Chris or anybody at that home. Please continue.
Well, there was a couple times my son would get frustrated on days that I was going that I was taking him back to his mom's, and you know, I don't want to go back. I hate going there. Well, he's a kid. I understand. I don't like to leave my house either. But when I asked him about it,
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far.
he wouldn't tell me. And if he had, then I could have done something. But he
Let's do it.
didn't. So now I'm looking for it.
I see. So if I'm correct, you've asked him directly?
Yeah.
And he said nothing to you?
Said nothing to me. I don't know if he was trying to protect me from what was going on there. I don't know what his reasoning was for it.
Yeah.
And I want him. My job is to protect him, and it kind of makes me feel like I failed because he wasn't able to tell me, so I can do something about it.
Seth, I'm sorry this is how you found out. Real talk.
Me too.
I'm really sorry this is how you found out. It does break my heart that all this has gone down the way it's gone down. I really wish there was more clarity with these timelines.
Okay, Shauna, I will. Good thinking, girl. Good thinking. Good thinking.
With the math, because the math is just
not mathing.
It's just not mathing. It's just not mathing to me. So I'll ask you, because you did ask Sebastian when it was time to go home or time to go back to the Proudfoot's home, he would get upset, right? He would get.
That was the second. That was not the last time that I took him, but the time before.
Did you?
And I asked him, did he? I don't get it. I don't understand why he didn't tell me.
Has he told anyone in your family? Has he told anyone else about this at all?
It is so heartbreaking. It is. I mean, I hate to go back over, the last 2 days, yesterday and today. I just wanted to go. I thought it was really important that we go back and we just compare and we look at the different interviews, try to squash some rumors, get some facts going on again, and compare the character of the parents here, because we've got Seth that's been hands down, I mean, just trying every way to find Sebastian and what happened to Sebastian. And then we have two other parents that aren't. And they're using their time to make fun of Sebastian, make fun of Seth. they're using their time to go up on trashy panels that aren't doing anything to help be productive to find Sebastian. It's just, it is heartbreaking. It's all heartbreaking. It is hard when you're co-parenting at times. None of us are perfect. None of us have gotten the Parent of the Year award. We all can say that, you know, if we had it to do over again, we would do this, this, and that. And I'm sure Seth, you know, deals with that. And I'm sure it's hard to get up out of bed. It's hard to go about your daily, the life that Seth had, and Chris and Katie. I mean, the life that we all had, but the life that Seth had before Sebastian went missing is never going to be that's gone. He's alone. He has no family here. I'm just saying. I mean, it's night and day difference to me.
Don't know. I do not know.
I gotcha. Because
but I gotta find him so I can make up for it.
Of course. Of course.
I gotta find him so I can tell him that he's got to talk to me. He's got to talk to me so I know what I can do.
I understand that. And I hope you do have that opportunity to have that conversation with your son.
Praying every day.
Me too. We all are.
You need to go to church, though.
I do.
You know, so I wanted to show people without the health insurance more. I wanted to show you guys. I wanted to show you the lab. Josh with the lab a year ago had Chris McDonough on his panel, and you know, Chris McDonough is with the Cold Case Foundation. And I wanted y'all to hear the reason why, if anybody is confused in regards to why Seth would want to be and demand to be cleared, is because his boss confirmed that Seth did not leave the garage. So we know that Seth was at work. The only other reason why they wouldn't clear Seth is because if they think that Seth could have been involved with having someone come and take him in the middle of the night without any shoes, without being seen, that's the problem. And until they clear Seth, he can't have the Cold Case Foundation assist. And so he's stuck. And he really wants the Cold Case Foundation on Sebastian's case. If Seth had something to hide, do you think that he would really want assistance and help? Do you think he'd be out, you know, passing out flyers? But this is the problem, is that Sumner County TBI is not asking for the Cold Case Foundation to assist. And what you're going to hear from Chris is that it would open up resources. You know, if you've got more people looking at what took place, you might just find Sebastian a lot sooner. And that's the thing. You know, that is the thing with Seth trying to get cleared. Because without being cleared, he can't bring the cold count. And if I'm wrong, tell me if I'm wrong. You know, if I'm in error, please let me know. But as far as I know, Chris can't bring his team to help Seth until the law enforcement clears Seth. So I want to talk. I want you guys to hear a little bit of this. Hold on. Let me go back just a tad bit. I have to do a commercial. Don't know.
Well, in full transparency, I've had many conversations with Seth behind the scenes.
Sure.
He has called me. I've called him, but he reached out to me and on behalf of, his searching efforts for his son.
And listen, y'all, I'm going to have to run outside and put my chickens up. So I'm going to be letting this play. And if it is playing through a commercial, that's why. Okay. But he's saying, in full transparency, I've been talking to Seth. I call him. He calls me. Okay. Somebody that's guilty, that has something to hide, isn't going to be talking to Chris. Okay. That's a no-go. That's a no-go. Seth isn't dumb. He's very smart for trying to get cleared so Chris can come in with his team. And we see how it benefited the Idaho police and the conviction of Wandra. You can't deny it. If you have a missing kid, you're going to want Cold Case Foundation to help you.
And he wanted the Cold Case Foundation to get involved in relationship to, what we could bring to the table. And we talked about those dynamics and I'm a pretty straight shooter and he knows that. I told him, I said, look, you have to figure out why they're not, cutting you loose here. Okay. Because to me, if it was me and I was the case agent and there is beyond a reasonable doubt proof that Seth was where he said he was, i.e. in the jail, in the county jail, etc., then you have to ask yourself, okay, then what's his motive? And does he have a third person or a second person involved in, helping to get his kid? Okay, let's use the motive was a custody battle between, him and his ex, okay, etc. All right, well, that means if the boy's on medication, well, you're going to have to take that into consideration. Because if he needs his medication to maintain his mental stability, then Seth would have to pre-plan that to make sure that the young man, if he was taken out of that house by the biological father, had a medical plan in play too. And then from there, he would also have to put into play that he now has to hide him. And he has to hide him from TBI, YouTube, the national media, the FBI, okay, and still show that he was at work that night in a law enforcement facility.
Roku's self-serve ads platform. It's easier than ever with Ads Manager. Sign up today.
Who says the most luxurious skincare has to be expensive?
Age Perfect Midnight Cream by L'Oréal Paris. A rich, hydrating texture your skin needs and deserves. With antioxidants, this formula helps repair skin barrier in just one night.
Feels like a super expensive cream.
No wonder 2 out of 3 women would switch from their luxury cream. Age Perfect Midnight Cream by L'Oréal Paris.
I'm worth it, and my skin's worth it too.
So what's the old saying? If it's probable, but not, is it possible, but not probable? That's one of these situations where you go, okay, then what's the value proposition of coming out as the case agent in the sheriff's department and saying, you know what, let's just tell the public he's not a primary focus. either way, you win from a law enforcement perspective. Because what you're doing is you may be freeing up resources to do other things. Okay. So to answer your question, I know that was a long answer to get to the thought process. If there is proof that he was at the jail, yes, cut him loose at this point. Cut him loose and let him search for his son. And now then, you have to ask the second side. Okay. And the second side is, well, who was the last person to see the boy? Who was the last person with Sebastian? And who, had means similar to Seth, okay, to get him out of that house. And that's why I've always thought the light situation, and I said this on Court TV recently with Vinny. I said, the reason they haven't pulled the father out of the circle yet is because of the lights in the back of the house. And for some reason, it would have to be this mass conspiracy from the biological dad, to get him and now stash him somewhere in another state.
So now y'all understand, right? The lights video that has no evidentiary value, in Chris's opinion, could prevent them from, quote, clearing Seth. Because regardless of what Chris has said, when he says law enforcement has vetted us, we have literally been cleared, that's not true. It's not true. Chris and Katie aren't asking for Chris to take over, to come in, not to take over, but to assist. They're not asking for any outside help. They're not even asking me and you to help them find Sebastian, much less Chris McDonough. So if Seth were guilty, I just know that Seth, some of these they're just dumb. Chris McDonough, he would not ask Chris for help. Hey, Kylie. Good to see you, babe. Yeah, if they cleared Seth, it would put the spotlight directly on Chris and Katie. And so that could be another reason why, is because it would give Chris and Katie an idea that they're on to them. But it would free up a lot of resources. Chris McDonough, the Cold Case Foundation would be a great asset, but for some reason, it's not happened yet. It's still not happened yet. And people wonder why Seth would be down there at Sumner County, why he would be frustrated with the law enforcement, why he would be frustrated talking to them, because he is relying on them. And we are, almost at the 2-year mark. And so relying on them, who can Seth blame? He can only blame Chris and Katie and the law enforcement. You have to have somebody to blame, somebody to, it's just sad. It's just really sad to me.
Because, obviously the child is, we're almost into 7 months here. And
see, that was 7 months, 7 months in.
He's MIA. So yes, I would eliminate, at least publicly, I would come out and say, look, at this point, we have no evidence that the biological father is involved in this thing.
Yeah. And, to the medication aspect of it, I don't know what kind of medication Sebastian was on. I don't know if it was a con one or not. It'd be really hard to get that medication under false pretenses trying to, I mean, if somebody tried to fill his prescription and the pharmacy that has the prescription, you would have to contact the pharmacy to get that prescription moved to another. So they would have to, file or email the file over or whatever, however they do that. And law enforcement, I would think, and correct me if I'm wrong, would probably try and track something like that if they could. They would go check the pharmacy. Has anybody requested this medication to be moved anywhere? And if it had been moved, then they would go check out that situation. But getting the medication under a false, name or something like that would probably be pretty difficult to pull off.
Yeah, it would be very difficult to pull off because,
I don't think it would be very difficult to pull off. They know all kinds of physicians. I mean, all you got to do is snoop around on Facebook and stuff like that. You can see their friends. I mean, they have physicians that are friends. I don't think it would be that hard. And let's be, Sebastian has been said to not need the medicine. Right? He doesn't need it. And Katie, she would give him sleepy time meds. I don't know. I don't know what medicines he was on. I know that I had a list of 4 medicines that he was on early on, and I can't find that list. But I remember at the time looking at the list, researching it and all of that. And it wasn't any medications that is life-threatening. He had to have it. So, and if he was going somewhere, like we believe that he is somewhere alive, then if he is under a physician's care there, well, then there you go.
obviously, I mean, you could do it. Anything's possible.
Exactly. You can go to the 7-Eleven. I mean, you can get anything you want.
Possible. But then again, you go to this, okay, why would somebody kidnap the boy out of the house, know that he's on medication, or at least at some point come to this realization that this child needs medication? Okay. And then say, okay, I've got the child. You know what? I'm just going to keep him on his meds. Okay. I've gone through all of this work to evade capture, right? My risk level, I've lowered it to the point where nobody's found me yet. And I have this boy. Now I'm going to go get his medication and I'm going to maintain it so that, this doesn't turn into something different, i.e., who knows, right? Well, I don't know what kind of meds he was on, and I'm not going to try to guess. Okay, but if he was, then that in of itself becomes something that has to be managed. And law enforcement will look through, they will look through the data. And if they get a flag somewhere, then that could be a lead.
Mm. Mm. Yeah, I tell you that it's not necessarily when you're telling me that you told Seth, you have to get cut loose somehow, but that's not how the Cold Case Foundation gets involved with stuff either, is it?
No.
Can you explain how that would have to go?
Well, one of two ways. That were requested by the law enforcement agency that they've run out of, places to go, things to do. Or the family can bring us in independent, but we have to have the family cleared.
Have to have the family cleared, or the law enforcement agency can request their assistance.
Because if our investigation takes it back to the family, and I'll just use Michael Vaughn as a perfect example. I mean, I can talk about it now, but Josh, I mean, you were aware, and Dr. Picotto was aware. I spent 4 months embedded with the Fruitland Police Department.
You'll love your skin with Proactive. Shop now at Proactive.com to get your free gift with purchase.
Mountain Performance TV is the hardest working software in television. Get started today at mountain.com.
Working on behalf of the Fruitland Police Department.
Well, working on behalf of the Cold Case Foundation, helping them through their investigation with Michael's disappearance. And that's why I'm in the press conference in the back. I didn't want to be out there. And the Chief Huff said, "No, you're coming. Let's go."
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And, I got trolled left and right by YouTube, but I wasn't there for YouTube. I was there for a 5-year-old little boy. Now, the difference there is you'll notice I cleared the Brandy and Tyler. I was out there before we were embedded in the agency, because we wanted to make sure that, look, wherever the evidence takes us, that is the direction we are going. Okay. And so we made sure that we talked to everybody involved, the entire case file, et cetera. And we were comfortable that, okay, we've got another situation here. Let's take a look. And lo and behold, that's exactly where the evidence took us.
And so when you say that you can work on behalf of the family, do you still have, wouldn't you need interaction with law enforcement as well?
Yeah. Yes. And that's what I'm saying. I was working directly with Fruitland at their agency. And of course, there's a tremendous amount of confidentiality that I'm not going to ever talk about until, they decide what they're going to do with it. Meaning if there's an arrest made and that kind of stuff. And then of course, after trial, I can't talk about it. And so when we get involved in it, then we are under a confidentiality agreement with the agency, not with the family, with the agency. Okay. To make sure that all the T's and the I's are dotted and crossed.
Okay. Gotcha. And by the way, this was help that was offered to, let me see. We offered it to Don Wells. And you even said, I won't even have anything to do with it. There's a bunch of people at the Cold Case Foundation that can work on this. You don't trust me, that's fine. Other people can work on it. You remember that conversation?
Yeah, sure. And look what happened with Don.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, Don speaks for himself, right? I mean, it is what it is there, but
yeah, it is what it is with Don Wells. Lord, I hope that this is giving you guys, the knowledge that you need as to why Seth would be so adamant. It's not because Seth wants to, oh, look at me, I'm cleared, look at me. No, it's because of this. This is why. Proactive, right? Fried my face. Exactly. I feel you on that though, Shauna.
All of a sudden, all this other stuff started as we started unraveling it. Remember, I was in Tennessee at that time for another case out in Jackson. the young man that had disappeared, and his mom, Frances, had been looking for him for almost 2 years every weekend. Remember her? Frances Gaines?
I do, very much so.
And I was with her, and I told her, I said, let's find the car. We find the car, we find your son. And lo and behold, 2 years later, we find the car. And it's in a lake, and his son's in, and her son's in it, but he had been murdered. And
a hole in his head.
Remember that?
I do.
And that now is, trial and all this other stuff. And the suspect ended up killing 2 more people, which a lot of the public doesn't know. So we connected some of those dots. And I met with the sergeant out there and their homicide team and, et cetera. So this is a situation where I said to Seth, Seth, we will help, but we need the agency to either A, request us, or B, they've got to come out and say that you're off the hook. And that's just the rules.
Yeah, and the question here is, why is the Cold Case Foundation able to offer Don help but can't help with Sebastian unless cleared? It was Don needed to go ask and talk to the sheriff's department.
Correct.
Say, hey, can you call them in? And that is what it hinged on. It didn't hinge on it, but Don refused to do that as well.
But Seth hasn't. Seth has done exactly what he was asked to do, and it hasn't gotten him nowhere. So we see a parent that is constantly trying to do things to help find his son, and he keeps running into a brick wall. There's always something, right? Yes, it is very telling. So I just wanted to make sure that we are all on the same page with that, because I think that it definitely matters. It matters in the grand scheme of things as to why he is adamant and screaming, please clear me. Because once they do that, then man, I mean, he can be, it's just sad. It's just sad. Sad, sad, sad. I was crediting the Pascal show. Sorry, the lab. Sorry, Josh. That was Josh's video. If one of my mods don't mind putting Josh's link into the chat, that way if y'all want to go back and watch that, because I do want Josh to have that credit. Sorry, guys. So this is another interview that's a year ago. I wanted to go over this one real quick. I want to clear some things up. Sebastian Rogers' dad, Seth Rogers, dropped some shocking info. Let's see.
Okay.
Go back.
Now, I will let everybody know
that all this information that came out, the bombshell, obviously the information that you gave a couple days ago on the show, obviously opened up a whole new can of worms. Of course, she is, if this is really her responding, if this wasn't written by Chris or written by AI, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say, let's make this clear.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, let's make this clear.
Oh, yes. Let's make it clear. So whether this was written by AI or Chris Proudfoot, or
you can tell this is before he had his surgery.
Proudfoot, or if this was actually written by Katie herself, no matter what, these are some serious allegations to put out here after.
Well, they're not
out
allegations. It's fact. Not only is it fact, but the sheriff's department already knows.
Of course. What I mean by what I'm saying is what she's saying, not you. We know that what you're saying is backed up by facts, which I am kind of curious about that as well. Do we have paperwork with the CPS call, the call to the CPS with the 13-year-old, so on and so forth, the therapy, etc. Do we actually have solid evidence of said thing, aside from you telling law enforcement, local law enforcement right now about this situation?
Local law enforcement knew about it previously.
Okay. Okay. So then let me ask you this then. Okay.
So, because law enforcement knew about it previously, we can deduct here that there's probably a lot of things that law enforcement know. They know a lot.
Okay, let's get straight to it. Let's get straight to it. What really is the dynamics between you and the Proudfoots? Let's be honest here, because I know that you've been very diplomatic, and I commend you for it. Seriously, you've been a strong ass soldier throughout this whole thing. I feel like you've been holding down so much. I feel like you've had a lot that you've been wanting to say, and I'm not sitting here saying.
And it's still the same. Still the same. He's still the one that's holding it down, trying to do everything that he can. And believe me, I wish nothing more than to hear Seth talk about his son rather than y'all hear me talk about him. But y'all know what that comes with.
For you to unearth everything. But what I want to fully understand honestly now that this is cat's out the bag, y'all, okay? I really want to know what really is the dynamics between you, Katie, and Chris Proudfoot. Honestly.
I'm Seth Rogers. They're the Proudfoots. That child that they can't seem to say his name is Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. He is my son. I named him. I haven't gone back to court. I want him to come live with me. And I was getting what me and him wanted. He wanted to live with me. I wanted him to come live with me. And now he's missing.
And they still don't say his name. In an interview, they're not wearing a shirt of Sebastian. In an interview, they're not showing his flyer. They're not saying his name.
Did Katie have a problem with the fact that Sebastian wanted to live with you? Yes or no?
You'd have to ask her.
You didn't get any vibe from her at all whatsoever from the many years that you've dealt with her since the divorce and since the custody battle was all settled. You never got any vibe from her at all that she felt a little perturbed or jealous over your relationship with Sebastian.
She has made comments along those lines. Talk to your son. He thinks you walk on water. He won't listen to me. Talk to him.
Now, I understand. Yeah.
Help it that I can communicate with my son. I mean, I was a stay-at-home parent. I bottle fed him. You know, before pull-ups, I changed his last diaper. I changed his second. I didn't change his first one. That was the nurse. Open that up, change his diaper. Sebastian peed all over the nurse. Like, take that as a warning. You know, I changed his first diaper at the home, out of the hospital. You know, I am still the same person I was when she married me years ago. When she divorced me, I'm still the same person she divorced. Only now I'm a dad. Before I wasn't a dad. My responsibility is not to her, it's to Sebastian. She divorced me. She doesn't get any of the courtesy that I give to others. I try to be diplomatic with her, and most of the time I am.
I think so too. I think that there is valid jealousy there. I do.
But when I get an attitude from her, I will give her one back. This wasn't to start a fight. This is not even a fight. Which I think is the funniest thing, is this is not a fight. If she wants to make it into a fight, she can. She's gonna be fighting herself. Not me.
What was the relationship really like? What is the relationship between mother and son? From the outside, of course, you're not God, you're not there behind closed doors, but what was that dynamic really like between Katie and Sebastian? Was it tight? Was it loving? Can you give us a little insight on that, since now we're finally hearing some more information now? The diplomacy, the diplomatic is thrown out the window. Can we hear a little bit of some truth here?
I'm still diplomatic.
Of course.
That I'm still diplomatic. And she may or may not like what I'm about to say.
Say it anyway.
But I've told her before, Sebastian didn't think that Katie and Chris liked him at all.
Did y'all hear that? Sebastian didn't think that Chris nor Katie liked him.
Okay, real quick before you continue, what was being said? What would give off the vibe? Why would he turn to you and say specifically that? Was it?
That's funny that you said that, me and you, because I was like, I wonder where me and you is. Fold that laundry, girl. It is depressing. It is depressing.
Because Chris was putting his hands on him? Was it because Katie was putting her hands on him too?
All he did was tell me that he didn't think that they liked him because all they did was scream and yell at him all the time. At which point in time, I told him, son, and this is probably the wrong thing to tell him, but I'm a different generation than he is, obviously. I was like, son, sometimes we just have to deal with it and look toward the future. You'll be coming to live here at the end of school. So you'll be out of it.
So if all Chris and Katie does is yell, well, then yeah, you're going to think that they don't like you. And if you can't even go out to dinner and dip your hand into the basket and get you a roll without being reprimanded, you have got very, very strict parents. I mean, it's not like he's 4 years old. Why? He's hungry. Let him get a roll.
Why do I think my son hasn't ran away? Because he's not at my front door knocking on it.
Ooh, dang. And that's that. Why does Seth not think that his son ran away? Because he's not knocking on his front door. That's why. That's why. And there's a reason why Sebastian is not calling his dad.
There's been that many days that he could have been here. And I've been all over Montgomery County. I've been all over 41. I've been all over 24. I haven't found him.
You don't think he ran away?
I think if he was to run away, he would have put on his shoes. He would have grabbed his phone. He would have at least called me, whether he could have got to me or not.
I'm sorry to hear that, my brother. Real talk.
You know, one of the things that I've told him before, I'll tell him again if I ever get to see him, besides that I'm sorry for whatever happened to him, is that good things come to those who are patient and wait and endure. But sometimes we have to endure horrible things, which is what I'm finding now is horrible things in order to have good things come to us.
Right.
Look, I'm drinking water, so you can't yell at me.
I'm proud of you, man. You moved up in the world. You moved up in the world. Finally. Damn.
I've only drank 5 of them today.
I'm proud of you, homie.
Own a vacation rental? If it's not listed on Booking.com, it's invisible to millions of travelers on our platform.
And if you've noticed, Seth will change the subject. I've noticed that about Seth. He'll change the subject when it's getting deep. I think that that's a part of that coping. I could be wrong, but it seems like that. Like, it could be a part of the coping, is that, hey, it's just sad. This is heartbreaking. But I think that we need to look at it. We need to remember why. Why? Yeah, Canada, Shauna, Canada. Sorry, guys, I had to let Jeff in the door. But yeah, Canada. Why are you thinking Canada, Shauna?
Thank you. You need to be healthy. You need to be well hydrated out here. Okay? Real talk. Let's talk about Chris. So the dynamics with Chris, because I know that he's been, there's been talk of him, both of them actually, almost making fun of Sebastian in interviews, cracking jokes about him, so on and so forth. What's up with that? Because obviously it seems as if he has the audacity to call you.
Shauna, thank you for the Cash App. Thank you, babe. Shauna done Cash at me. Whatever did happen, happened near the home or ended near the home. Preacher, pastor, teacher, White House, by school. Someone knows, had connections he needed fixed, and she didn't think Seth was the answer. She had to control the situation. Exactly. But why are you saying Canada? And I agree that it could be, what if it's not a preacher, pastor, teacher? What if it has to do with, and let me just say, White House, there is a city nearby called White House. Just saying.
On the phone, get angry with you on this phone call and say, oh, if I unearth this information, no one's going to want to go and, look for Sebastian. That gives me a vibe that this person doesn't really give a damn about finding Sebastian.
Man, I think we need to hear that one more time. I want to hear that one more time. Because Pascal, dude, you're on it. You're on it. You're on it like stink on shit, dude. That is exactly. Hold on. Let's go back for just a second.
You moved up in the world. Finally. Damn.
I've only drank 5 of them today.
I'm proud of you, homie. Thank you. You need to be healthy. You need to be well hydrated out here. Okay? Real talk. Let's talk about Chris. So the dynamics with Chris, because I know that he's been, there's been talk of him, both of them actually, almost making fun of Sebastian in interviews, cracking jokes about him, so on and so forth. What's up with that? Because obviously it seems as if he has the audacity to call you on the phone, get angry with you on this phone call, and say, oh, if I unearth this information, no one's going to want to go and, look for Sebastian. That gives me a vibe that this person doesn't really give a damn about finding Sebastian.
And I mean, it's common sense. When you listen to Chris, he don't give a damn. He don't. He don't. It just came to you, Canada. Well, I love it. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate the Cash App, Shauna. Really. Someone who is an authority. Exactly. 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 If I tell people this, they're not going to want to look for Sebastian. This dude, I mean, just like, how can anybody be friendly to him? Like, be friendly with him, be a friend with him. No.
Can you let us know your thoughts on that? Because it seems as if the last thing you need to be doing is calling a missing 15-year-old kid some sort of pariah or monster out here. Wouldn't you think?
Yeah.
So what is the dynamic? Because remember, he was on Nancy Grace lying in full 4K, saying that he's never put his hands on him before, so on and so forth. No CPS, etc. Is that true or not?
I don't know. I can't get the records.
Which he has the records now. And it's sad that Seth had to get an attorney before he could obtain the records about his own son. Like, what is going on here?
So has Sebastian ever turned to you or anyone connected to you at all and has expressed concerns over how Chris Proudfoot has disciplined him
I agree,
in the
Marissa.
past?
Sebastian never told me that stuff, or else me and Chris would have had a conversation.
Right on. Okay. What are your thoughts about Chris Proudfoot not doing this Nancy Grace polygraph test?
It's his prerogative.
That doesn't, you're telling me that you're not thinking, you're not side-eyeing him at all? That doesn't make you feel any type of way, thinking that maybe he has something to do or knows something about the disappearance of your son?
Things happen here, but no one really talks about it.
We have 25.
Wow.
Well, he once told me if I went back to church that maybe I'd find my son. And I know that he's probably in chat listening because, that's just the way he is. What you do in the dark does come to the light. And it says so in the good book. But just remember, there's a special place for people when they die and go to hell for you. So it's his prerogative on what he wants to go ahead and be guilty of. But I mean, he's lied so many times. Does it surprise you?
And yes, Seth believes in heaven and hell, Mr. Catholic over here.
No.
So, and here's something that I told my son that I'll pass on to you, Pascal, which I'm pretty sure you already know.
Let's go.
But why would I let what he does affect my demeanor? He doesn't have control over me. I have control over me. Only person in this world that I can control is myself.
And see, that is mature. That's a mature statement right there. That Chris evidently hasn't shown any type of maturity like this. So again, we're comparing the apples to the apples. And yeah, the fruit ain't falling far because we can see that Mama Socks is running the show. And everybody else in that family falls into place. What she wants, she gets. What Christopher wants, he gets. And Katie's just right there, just co-signing it all.
Like I said, I apologize because I lost it the other day. I was exhausted. You see a side of me that does not come out very often. Normally, I don't get that exhausted, and I'm not a violent person.
True story. I can attest to that. So can Jeff. And Jeff is home now. He can say yes or no. Does Steph get mad, babe? Does he lose his shit? Jeff? He normally just doesn't lose it. He holds his composure. And like I said, when things get really deep, he'll change the subject. It's hard, you know. It's hard to deal. It's hard to cope sometimes.
Normally.
But there's nothing wrong with you saying what you said. You said what you said, homie. My brother, you said what you needed to say. At some point, and I know you've heard this a million times, okay? So I apologize if I sound like a broken record, but you're the only one. Say that again?
Stop apologizing.
All right.
Because you're telling me to stop apologizing while you
All right, then.
Yeah, it'd be something else to be going on Nancy Grace and being drilled because she is going to drill you. But, you know, I commend all of them for going on Nancy Grace, but, you know, that is definitely, yeah, he has definitely done well at controlling himself. He can control his emotions. He can control his emotions. We are seeing a stepfather and a mother that cannot control their emotions. Therefore, Sebastian felt like neither one of them liked him. And that is coming out of Seth's mouth about what his son has told him. Yeah, he can get festered up, but I've always seen him keep his composure. Yep, that's exactly what Seth said. Yep. He's going to need a lot of counsel. If he isn't getting counseling, and even if he is, he's not able to, he has been removed from his normal routine. I mean, taken out of that normal routine. So that's very hard. It's very hard. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Proudfoot, controlling medicine, shoes, being in the clouds, addiction, Leo, Pisces, Sun, Jupiter, Neptune. Exactly. Yes. Yes, Shauna, bring it in, girl. Bring it in. And just so y'all know, Shauna is not new to astrology. She's a healer. She is a very educated, smart woman. You think so? Let me write that down. Ontario. And she knows a lot of astrologers. I'm just one of many astrologers that she knows. That's why she is talking about what her assessment is right now. And I'm more than happy to work together because I'm no one-hit wonder. And the Leo, of course, is the school, the kids, right? She is all Aries. Look, his mother, I mean, his moon is Aries. His moon is Aries in the 4th house, Shauna. Assess that. Assess that. In the 4th house of home in Aries. Now, that 4th house of home is ruled by Pisces. But Sebastian has a 4th house Pisces with all attributes of, he's got Selena in the 4th house. He has Uranus in the 4th house of Pisces. And then he has his moon. So take that for what you will. Assess it.
Forget you then, bro. Nah, but here it is though. Real talk. You're the only one out of the 3. The only one out of the 3 working to try to find Sebastian.
And he still is. The only one out of 3 since day 1 looking to find Sebastian.
Sure, they might be quote unquote working closely with law enforcement, but we don't see them out there posting flyers, doing everything they can to find Sebastian. They're jumping in RVs and driving off, living their life.
While starting my first,
they're playing house. That's what they're doing. They're
of
playing
5
house.
successful businesses, I foolishly did my own accounting.
Life like it's golden, as if they're single.
Right.
Suddenly, like they're, you know, a couple without kids. And that's insane to a lot of people. Go ahead, Seth.
What's funny is all they had to do was give him to me, and they could have gone and done that themselves.
No doubt. No doubt. Couldn't they? Right? So this is just odd. And of course, when you hear Chris lying, because it's really him that's not been consistent. He's the one who's been just really faulty. And a lot of things there's been a lot of contradictions in a lot of the podcasts and the interview that he did with Nancy Grace. All of it is not adding up now. So everyone's starting to side eye those two. But then to add insult to injury, to throw tobacco sauce in an open wound, they jump into this RV and they drive off to an undisclosed place, like the doggone president of these United States. It just doesn't make sense to me. And it makes them look extremely suspicious. But now we're hearing a bunch of new things as well, which I want to talk to you about those things as well. The grandparents, the Bauer Sox. Go ahead.
I'm looking at your chat, and it just so happens I pull up chat, and there's a Mars is a crazy panda Riviera. Seth, you know where Sebastian is because you're too nonchalant about them. Well, let me tell you something. To answer that, I cannot control them. So while you sit there and say I'm nonchalant, my goal is to find Sebastian any way possible within the law, because if it wasn't within the law, then I would be breaking the law in order to prove a point. And
what is that going to do? That does nothing to help find his kid. Nothing.
That's not how I operate.
Right.
Yeah.
Because, we've got a mature parent and then we've got immature parents. And I'm basing this judgment off of their behavior, which is evidence to me since Sebastian has been missing. And I have the right to my opinion.
But I will say this. I understand responding to that, but there are trolls that are going to be in the chat. Some people are just jerks for the sake of being jerks. I say just let it. Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to let her know.
Or
no, him know. Or it know. I don't want to assume it's gender.
You're good. You're safe here. But let's get back to that question, though. Okay? The Bauer Sox, allegedly 2 days or 3 days, whatever, right after.
Seth is a Gemini. Look at him. Look at him. He's doing something else.
Sebastian was reported missing. They allegedly jumped into a car and did a road trip across country to.
Is that what that is for, Shauna? So YouTube Premium, are you saying that when I play back videos, YouTube Premium won't show the commercials? Like, I'm so not savvy with the YouTube stuff, but I'm trying to become savvier. Yeah, they've been missing in action all along, Jeff. They just don't care, Jilly. They don't. They just don't care. Oh, I had no clue, y'all. Is it $18.99 for the year? Because, girl, I will. I will. That is for sure.
Seattle and then flew
Hey,
to
little Miss
Alaska.
Sharon, hey, babe.
Did you hear about that? And is that even true?
I don't know. Where'd you hear it from?
I just heard it through the grapevine, to be honest. These streets be talking, bro. These
So what you
streets be
did,
talking.
you heard something through the scuttlebug. I don't know if that's true or not. I do know that they left.
That is, do they still live in the same house? It's questionable. It's questionable because when we drove by there, we saw Crabtree's truck. And so you wouldn't know who that is since you haven't followed this case that much. But word is he has lost his house. And so he's living there. And they're not there anymore. So I don't know. I really don't know. I've heard a lot of rumors, but you know how that goes. I just really don't know. I wish I knew. I wish I knew. Because they've not. I mean, Jeff is right. They've been missing in action all along. Yeah, me and you. That's whose truck that is. It's Crabtree's. As soon as we drove by it, I was like, huh, whose red truck is that? And Jeff was like, oh, it's Crabtree's. Yep. Yep. So I'm not sure. Not sure where they're living at. And it wouldn't surprise me if they have moved or they are renting the house to Crabtree. Wouldn't surprise me a bit. I don't know.
I do know that they came back the Sunday before Easter.
Yeah, it's this guy's commercials. It's the Pascal show. It's his commercials.
Okay.
I don't know how long they were gone. Do I find it kind of weird that they did that?
Here are the worst pitfalls that we see in a custody battle. Parents that don't know their kids. They don't know their birthdays. They don't know their middle name. They don't know the school that they attend.
Wow.
Yes. But then again, they're Chris's mother and stepfather. They wanted to sit there and claim Sebastian as their grandchild.
And what freaks me out about this is that all the people that have covered this case, and you barely ever, rarely will hear anything about Linda and Michael Proudfoot.
But then again, Chris and Katie are doing the same thing that Kathy and Terry's doing. Mm-hmm. They're going off in an RV and living the grand life while I'm trying to find my son.
Like I said, the timing seems a bit weird, right? And even so, just, my personal opinion, it just doesn't make any sense for them to take a trip even just days after Sebastian went missing, their own step-grandson. It just doesn't make any sense. I get it if you spent money on tickets and whatnot, but if they really took a private plane or even Southwest Airlines, it doesn't even matter. They could have called and canceled those things and not jumped into a plane or not jumped into a car and driven across country. Like I said, optically, it looks really, really bad. But then again, weeks later, we have the same situation with the Proudfoots getting into an RV and then just disappearing for a few days. But now I'm also hearing, and I'm glad that you answered that. I appreciate you giving us your 2 cents on that. But I also been hearing, and of course, these are just kind of rumor mill stuff, but I just wanted to kind of put some of these things to rest. I'm also hearing something along the lines of a house being sold or about to be put on the market. Is this true about the Proudfoot's home being put on the market?
I've heard the same rumor.
And is there a way that you could stop that from actually happening? Because I feel like that's a crime scene. Is that not? Potentially?
Well, if it's true, then it would be up to TBI to do that, not me.
Okay.
And that means, I'm
okay.
just a single person.
All right. So has the house been fully processed to your knowledge? Say that again?
Not that I know of.
So the house hasn't been fully processed. Okay. That you know of.
That I know of, it's not been processed with luminol. There's been some other processing, but to my knowledge, there was 0 luminol. They used the night vision. They used all kinds of other things, the printing and things of that nature. You emailed it to me, Shauna? I'll have to go back and look at that. I was thinking that you text messaged me, but I don't remember an email. Yeah, I heard that it was professional clean too. I don't know. You know how rumors fly. I don't know.
Have any of the cars, their cars, the Proudfoot's cars, have they been processed fully?
Not that I know of.
Anything?
Now, what I heard yesterday in the interview, Katie said that they've investigated. Nancy asked, "Has your car been investigated?" And she said yes. And I want to say she said a couple of times, but as I showed earlier in the live, how that can be manipulated by somebody with the experience that Katie has and that Chris has. Okay. That's evident. It can be manipulated. Hands down, it can.
Go ahead.
Now,
Go ahead.
the thing to say is that me being a parent or me being the biological father, we won't say who's parents and who's not parents, but me being the biological father, they haven't came and grabbed my vehicle and processed it. I'm still a suspect. I'm a suspect until the case is closed by having Sebastian back.
So when Seth says, right? When Seth says that he is, he's still not been cleared, right? He can't get the cold case foundation. He's not been cleared. He's a possible suspect, but his vehicle has not been processed at all. And so Seth is thinking in his mind's eye, I think, I'm speaking for Seth. It could be, I could be wrong here. I'm just trying to, look, when Seth said that he has not been cleared, but that they have not come and processed his vehicle, now he's wondering, have they done their due diligence? Because if they haven't done things with his stuff, with his friend's stuff, and all of that, what are they doing? In my opinion, I have to say, well, let's keep hope alive, Seth. Maybe, just maybe, they're not looking at you at all. They asked Katie to take a lie detector test, not you, not Chris, Katie. Maybe they are really only looking at Katie for evidence. and Chris for evidence. But you do, I mean, you do have to wonder as a parent, you know, Sebastian's dad, you got to wonder, okay, so if they're not investigating me and I'm a supposed, you know, suspect, then what the hell are they doing to find my son? Right? Right? You know? And Shauna, Yoda, he does have a, Katie, his mother, Katie, has got a aunt or a cousin or somebody named Yada. Just saying.
And if they haven't processed mine, then I'm going to assume that they haven't processed theirs. They came to my house the day it happened. They followed me back here, went through my house, took my son's electronics, which they still have not given back.
Mm.
Yeah. It's like, I hope that switch is, you know, doing you some good. But they went through my house. They checked my garage to make sure that Sebastian wasn't hiding in my house. But he didn't go missing from my house, so why would they forensically investigate my house?
Wow. So they combed through your home, your own personal home, but they didn't, from your knowledge, they didn't fully comb through the Proudfoot's home, which is the exact home in which he was in before he disappeared.
Well, they've been in that. I said they've been in that house with dogs, cadaver dogs, sniffing dogs. They've gone through and measured the outside, measured the inside.
Now I don't watch I watch, you know, CSI.
So that could be why. There was no evidence to lead them to believe that there was anything foul that happened in that home. Then the dogs go outside of the home and they still can't find Sebastian's scent. They're not finding any decomposition. That's why the law enforcement said, we have no evidence Sebastian left the house.
I'm not a detective. I play one on TV, but did they not like spray things down with that fluorescent liquid stuff? Did they not do inside the Proudfoot's home? Did they not do anything to see if there was any spillage, any blood, etc. in the house at all?
Don't know.
Aye. The cars too?
Don't know.
Aye.
The only thing they told me is they put the dogs to the cars.
How's the relationship with you and law enforcement, honestly, right now?
I didn't text them today, and they didn't answer the phone when I called.
Airwick Scented Oils keeps your space fragrant for up to 70 days. Airwick, always fragrant, always inviting.
Join ICE with bonuses up to $50,000 and generous benefits. Join.ice.gov.
Do you think that they're doing a thorough job?
It does make sense, Shauna. I understand. I definitely understand.
In the investigation on the disappearance of your son?
I hope they are. I'd like to be able to trust that they're doing the process properly, correctly.
And see, that's the thing. He is trying to, you can hear him say, like, he's trying to trust that they're doing everything that they can to find his son. Each day that goes by where his son isn't coming home, that each day, the trust is just slimming to none. And we know that sometimes it takes a year or two. We know this. Following true crime, you know it. It can take years to solve a crime because it's criminal no matter what happened to Sebastian. It's criminal. Like I said, I believe that he is alive, but he didn't walk out of that house or he didn't leave the Texas Roadhouse on his own. Somebody has Sebastian.
So when you tell me,
you think the sewer is Mansker Creek. So if that were to be the case, then let me draw you guys back to when Crabtree checked Mansker Creek. Remember? I'd sent him to that hot spot on Mansker Creek. And I really, I know now. Okay, so Shauna, for reference here, just so you know, I've sent a searcher to a hot spot on Mansker. And he found what he thought. It was a bunch of bubbles. His sonar was showing what appeared to him that could be a body. And it freaked him out. He called it in. They came and roped it off. They checked. It wasn't anything. Well, the line that I sent that searcher on was a dark moon line, a dark moon in Libra. So it created a lot of disordered aggression of a show.
On the previous show, we had a conversation. It was pretty shocking to hear that you have been followed, that volunteers have been followed. In fact, you said on, I think it was Nancy Grace later on, you mentioned that people are actually taking flyers down that have.
But there's no evidence that he's there, the Good Witch. There's no evidence that he's there. I know the girl that that was with the cadaver dog and the explosive dog. I know her. I've even talked to her today because I wanted her to know that she is being, her text messages are being floated around again because this isn't the first time that we've talked about it. But the dog just laid there and they did go and they checked it out. The dogs that I've been with that have been around the storage unit have not hit on the storage unit. So I just want you to know the facts. The facts. And the fact is that the dog handler talked to Agent Simmons, talked to the local law enforcement a long time ago. It's nothing new. And there's a lot of things that are coming back around as if they're new or new information, and it's not. There was just no hits. It was by, and to say a hit, the dog laid down. The dog laid down in front of the unit. But the dog is also trained to sniff out explosive, firearms. So let's say that there was some, residue, some gun residue, it could be anything. It wouldn't, because that dog was also trained not just for a cadaver hit, but also for, explosives, guns, things of that nature, firearms. So it could be that there was something in that unit that had to do with that. We just don't know. We just don't know. But the dog did just lay there. Yeah, I was thinking, yeah, maybe Yoda. Maybe you're thinking Yoda, Shauna, not Yoda. But I think you're thinking Yoda because of the shirt. we just got to be careful. I think we need to be careful of the things that we do believe, the things that we think of as fact, and not play the tape all the way through. And I'm not saying that you did or that you didn't, the Good Witch, because, you know, you're hearing some things on Crime Time Buzz channel and you're like, oh my gosh, that's it. That's where he's at. But we can't be too easily swayed here. There's a lot of information. Yeah. You think he has a Star Wars shirt on right now? You think it's Yoda? Yeah. You think it's Yoda? Okay. I'll pull that asteroid, girl. I'll pull it. I'll pull it. I'll map it. No doubt about it. I gotcha.
Sebastian's face printed all over him.
Yep.
Have law enforcement done anything in regards to stopping these lurkers from following you guys around or stopping people from taking these flyers down? I'm just curious about that. Have they been doing anything, even that little bit? Just curious.
No, I have no idea. I've given them license plate numbers for people who are following my volunteers. But no threats have been technically made, just implied. So I don't know. I don't know if they're I don't know what they're doing, man. I'm farther outside of what they're doing than Chris and Katie are.
Interesting that you say it that way.
And it's got to be, you know, it's got to be so disheartening to have to even do this. You know, it took Seth days to have enough courage to call it out like he sees it. Yeah, the Good Witch. I mean, so I did talk to the girl today. The dog handler is a good dog handler, professional dog, lots of training, but it wasn't just, that dog isn't just a cadaver. It's also an explosives, gun, you know, firearms, things of that nature. So, you know, like at a concert, that dog could sniff out any type of explosive or guns or anything like that. You know what I mean? So we just have to be careful. And we also, you know, want to be respectful too, because we don't know. And to say that he's in the unit, that means that he would be just deceased there. And all these dogs, all these other dogs besides that one, all these other dogs didn't get a hit. Only that dog did. You see what I mean? Well, if they didn't find any evidence of Sebastian at the home, if none of the evidence is pointing to any foul play, that there is no evidence that Sebastian left the home, the only evidence that they have that he actually made it to the home from the Texas Roadhouse is one, the dash cam in the Infiniti, Katie's car, and the grainy video that Sebastian is allegedly walking the trash down. But Seth said, I can't tell that that is my son. It's too grainy. I can see him leaving the Texas Roadhouse. We see that video. We all see that video, right? We've seen it. But that video, we don't see anything else after that, except a bunch of lights that they have said, that the law enforcement have said, that Chris and Katie and Seth have said have no value. If that were to be the case, and we are to believe all of that, what the law enforcement is telling us, then it's very possible that Sebastian didn't make it home from the Texas Roadhouse, and he was handed off to someone before he ever got home.
Is Chris or the Proudfoots or the Bauer Sox connected to law enforcement in Hendersonville, Tennessee at all? Say that again.
I have no idea.
Thank you, me and you.
I have no idea. Sorry, I was drinking some more water, so you won't yell at me later.
Hydrate, baby, hydrate. But I am quite curious about that because, I mean, I'll say it. I don't care. It is a little bit odd that all this has transpired. We have not found this young man whatsoever. We had a search rescue team coming in. They left because of, well, they left for 5 seconds because of threats. Then apparently they have come back. At least Cajun Navy has come back to a certain extent. Some entity of Cajun Navy has come back to help in the search, allegedly. There's still people out here volunteering, trying to find your son, yet you still have volunteers getting followed by random suspicious cars and flyers being torn down in this small town. To me, it seems a little bit odd. Then you also have law enforcement out here on a press conference basically saying, hey, you know, everything's been out, ruled out as far as foul play, so on and so forth. So they're just telling us that your son just got up and walked out the house without shoes on.
Nope. You got to stop for a minute and use your imagination. He got up and he floated out of the house because no dogs picked up his scent.
No kidding.
I'm sorry if you didn't catch the sarcasm in that.
Oh, that was sarcasm as a mug. That you laid it on thick, baby. But that's the thing that doesn't make any sense. That's the part that doesn't make any sense. So this kid suddenly has David Copperfield, David Blaine skills.
No. He has Jedi powers now.
Bang.
Boom. Boom.
Star Wars.
Right. Using the Force.
He is now a master.
Shauna, you okay now? Calm down there, Shauna. I know you just heard that. Oh my gosh.
That was sarcasm as a mug. That you laid it on thick, baby. But that's the thing that doesn't make any sense. That's the part that doesn't make any sense. So this kid suddenly has David Copperfield, David Blaine skills.
No. He has Jedi powers now.
Bang.
Star Wars.
Right. Using the Force.
He is now a master. He is above Yoda, and he can levitate himself to wherever he's going. Aliens have come to him up.
Unbelievable. That's the reason why I'm looking at this and I'm side-eyeing all this and I'm going, okay, is there a connection with law enforcement, with the Proudfoots or the Bauer Sox or anything of that sort? And of course, hey, sorry, but I got to ask the questions, guys. All right. I know there's some people that are going to feel some type of way about that, but I don't care because this does not make any sense, y'all. None of this makes any sense.
Journalism.
Say that again.
It's called free journalism.
It is free journalism. I love being a free man.
First Amendment
thing. All day.
Which is backed up by the Second Amendment. And all it takes is a good man to make sure that it stays that way.
Absolutely. Oh, trust me, I'm going to keep holding it down here. Okay. All right. Trust and believe. Now, I understand that you're going to be doing a polygraph test. Is that true?
Yeah. Nancy Grace asked if I would do one. I told her yes.
Because I understand that there's a lot of people out here that are speculating that maybe you're the one hiding Sebastian out here in these streets. So, which I think is
in the streets.
Right.
People want to come search my house. Well, you can kiss my ass. I walk around my house all day. If the law enforcement wants to come and search my house again, they can make my son's bed this time when they leave. Because they definitely didn't make it when they left.
Okay, he said what he said, y'all. You heard that? He said what he said. Okay. I got a couple questions here I want to bring here. Okay. So S-Dubs just asked, was he reported Did he have any consequences? And I think this has to do with the essay that happened to Sebastian.
No, he was
Okay.
reported because Katie called CPS, but because he's under the age of 13, nothing happened. Welcome to California stupidity.
Yes. Okay. Wow. Amanda, why did it matter if Sebastian was around his daughter when he doesn't live or he doesn't have his daughter? That's actually a good question too. So that is a question. So every single time that Faith was around, he just kept him as far away from her as possible. That seems a little bit insane. Can you expand on that a little bit?
Yeah, they sent him to my house.
Exactly, Mom Marissa. Some creators don't vet information before putting it out. And it can really hurt and distract, deflect, dang it. And I don't know if she's still in here, and I hope that I didn't hurt her feelings. And I'm not saying that, I mean, I am saying that we just can't trust everything that's put out there. Even the stuff that I put out, I'm showing you evidence, right? Already pulling chart, adding Yoda and diving. Okay, cool. Tell me what's up with what you find. I was shocked when I just found the Yoda statue. Yeah, do your magic, man. Do your magic.
Wow.
Which I'm not going to turn down time with my son.
No doubt.
But then he would sit there on his phone and FaceTime. Last time I think he FaceTime with Faith, it was like for 2 hours.
So they're close. So not only have they taken Sebastian away from Faith, but vice versa. They have literally separated these kids. Their routine, what they know, what their comfort is. It's just so sad to me. A Yoda statue is in Jonesboro, Tennessee. Huh.
Wow. That's okay. Okay. Real quick, let's continue. Nicole B, appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yay to the subs. And of course, hey guys, real quick, shameless plug, but please be sure to hit that like button down below. Hit that subscribe button. That'd be greatly appreciated.
Plug that, putting my son in diapers, that's shameless.
Right. What you said, Seth. What you said. We support you 100 over here. You know that. He's a victim. And that needs to be talked about. It's serious. We needed to know about that. It makes perfect sense. And the diapers as well. No stone left unturned means to put it all out on the table. It's humiliating for Sebastian. Humiliating. Even if nobody even knew, he's a victim of SA, and he is he is humiliated by two people that is supposed to protect and care for him, putting him in pull-ups rather than changing their behavior toward him and creating a safe, harmonious environment for him. And I have that right to express my opinion, and I'm going to.
That's shameful. Me explaining that something that has happened that has changed his life and he's not getting the help that he needs brings it to more of awareness, not just for him, but for everybody else that's a victim. So while you sit there and want to sit there and say stuff about my son, why don't you let somebody violate you and then find out what happens when you don't get the correct therapy so that you can go back to civilization and be part of society and not be part of the problem.
Can we talk about that? Can we talk
tell
about
him, Seth. Tell him, Seth. We got you. We got you, buddy. Tell him. Tell him.
the diapers?
Tell him what time
Real
it
quick.
is.
I'm glad you mentioned that. What's up with the diapers?
I agree, Julie B. It's a form of child abuse, in my opinion, too.
Can you break that down for me? Because I've heard that many different times and many different comments and chat forums and all that. Could you just explain a little bit about this diaper situation?
And that's why Mama Marissa and I are friends and talk on the phone from time to time. Because we like the truth.
He was having accidents at school. And Chris got tired of Katie taking clothes to him to change clothes. So he made him wear a pull-up. Which is actually one of those things that happens to children that are abused.
And that's that. That's a fact. And that's not our opinion. That is a fact from lots of literature.
He would come to my house. First thing he did when he came in, I was like, take those damn things off, go take a shower, put on some underwear and some comfy clothes. Because we're men. We wear our boxers. We wear our boxer briefs. You know, we're not wearing pull-ups. And
Bravo, Seth. Bravo. Bravo. Look, it's night and day here. Anybody that can't see through the BS, you have no common sense. And I'm sorry, but you don't. And you need to find it. There's no common sense. If you can't see the difference between Seth, Katie, and Chris, you have no common sense. There's just something lacking there with your marbles. And you just need to find them. That's all you need to do is just find those marbles.
And no accidents here.
But when he would go over there, he would be wearing.
Yeah, living and breathing at Seth's house. Like he could literally relax. He could be himself. He wasn't being yelled at, screamed at, abused, making fun of. None of that.
Wearing diapers.
When he went over there, it got to the point where he was forced to bring a diaper over here. For when he left, he couldn't have underwear at their house.
That means that, or that's telling me anyway, that before Sebastian would go back home, he would have to change back in to that.
Really?
Chris didn't want him wearing underwear. Chris wanted him to wear a pull-up. Chris got upset that I wouldn't enforce that at my house.
What?
My son doesn't need to be in a pull-up. My son needs to be treated better.
Whoo! Dang. And Seth gets all kinds of hate. Wow. The amount of people that support Seth way outweighs the people that don't support Seth. But if you don't support Seth, in my opinion, not only do you not have any common sense and your marbles are completely gone, but you're not supporting Sebastian. If you don't support Seth, you're not supporting Sebastian. And Pascal,
accidents happen.
Speechless.
No doubt.
All right. But they've been months without an accident in my house.
Real quick before we continue, I do want to give everybody a quick heads up. Please, guys, I have pinned it to the top at the very beginning of our conversation. It is Seth Rogers' Cash App. I highly urge you guys, I beg you guys, please go over there, show him some support. It is tagged to the top of the chat as we speak right now. I see a gang of y'all in the chat. Please go support. He is literally out here trying to find Sebastian as we speak. He is not working right now. He could really use the help, really use the funds. So please, if you got $1, $5, it doesn't matter. A little goes a very long way. Please go over to the top of the chat. It is pinned to the top. Please go over there. If you have Cash App, check that out. I will also be putting in the GoFundMe link here in just a minute so that you guys can get your hands on that. And if you want to donate over there, you're more than welcome to as well. But please, if you can, if you have one little small little generous bone in your body right now, please go over to his Cash App, show him some love. That'd be greatly appreciated. Now,
I'd like to answer this question from Angela Hill.
Okay, sure.
It says, how does he know Chris got tired of it and not mom? Because the last time I heard anything mentioned about it, Chris made a point of stating that his mom was letting him wear underwear again and he had an accident. And Chris was like, so you put your mom under the bus when you did that. So that kind of tells me mom was willing to give him a chance.
Huh.
Pinned to the top. Please go over there. If you have Cash App, check that out. I will also be putting in the GoFundMe link here in just a minute so that you guys can get your hands on that. And if you want to donate over there, you're more than welcome to as well. But please, if you can, if you have one little small little generous bone in your body right now, please go over to his Cash App, show him some love. That'd be greatly appreciated. Now,
I'd like to answer this question from Angela Hill.
Okay, sure.
It says, how does he know Chris got tired of it and not mom? Because the last time I heard anything mentioned about it, Chris made a point of stating that his mom was letting him wear underwear again and he had an accident. And Chris was like, so you put your mom under the bus when you did that. So that kind of tells me,
yep,
mom was willing to give him a chance.
So his mother is willing to give him a chance. It was her willing to give it. It kind of sounds like if we Katie must like living in a nightmare. She must like it. Being controlled. Can she not separate herself from the money? I mean, it can't be his looks. I mean, you can, like, why? Why would she allow Chris to mistreat Sebastian over and over and over and over again? Maybe the money. That's what I'm thinking, me and you. It's exactly what I'm thinking.
Yeah, this is all. It's as much as we have been covering this case and talking about Sebastian and trying to figure out all this stuff, it is still really hard to hear all this information, no matter what. it angers the hell out of me. I know you're beyond that.
I like taking some of my muscle relaxers and some of my gabapentin, and I'm feeling pretty good right now. My arm still hurts, but it's tolerable.
Right. No, I understand that. And again, I appreciate you being here and being a part of this conversation.
I agree, Jeff. If she doesn't write it all the way, I'm going to be really surprised. Really surprised if she don't write it out. But even that, Cinderella, like, you know, I don't see it. I don't see that. I don't see that that would be something to keep me with somebody that's going to be an asshole to my kid all the time. But you never know. You never know. It's either the money or that. I mean, we got to wonder, why in the hell would you stay with somebody like that? But even then, there's nothing. I don't care how much money you got. I don't care what's going on with your schlong. I don't care. Be mean to my kid once. And if I'm either going to wear orange or I'm going to have to hurry up and get out of your presence. There's only two of those. There's only and I've never wore orange. I don't think nobody looks good in it. I'm just saying, I don't see it. I don't understand. Big feet, mean clown. Y'all are too funny. I heard her aunt say the money because she doesn't want to go back to reality. There you go. I think we can all agree that there's whatever reason it is, it's a really bad reason. It's not a good enough reason. She was still working, right? Supposedly, money's not good. If we are going the money aspect, when you control, you need to be controlled, if that makes sense. It's a high for her. Yeah, that's what it feels like. Exactly. Spot on, Shauna. That's what it feels like. It feels like it's a high for her. It does. Yeah, it's definitely not his looks. Mohawk looking. Yeah. Yeah. Money is the root of all evil. It sure is. None. Zero zilch.
Sharing Sebastian's private business is unnecessary and is embarrassing for him. Let's protect children's privacy and leave our egos out of it. Yeah, of course. But I do feel like there's a little bit more information in that to understand how the Proudfoots work in this situation. Real talk. Misty, thank you so much. Seth, have you checked facilities who take in autistic individuals? It was said if KP or Katie Proudfoot put Sebastian in a place, HIPAA would stop them from telling anyone. I don't know anything about this subject, but what are your thoughts on that?
I've actually been on it, and I've had a couple people helping me out.
Okay.
So, have we heard anybody at all? Anybody since Sebastian went missing? Let me ask y'all this. Have you heard anybody at all say that it has to be Seth, that Seth has got some kind of, vendetta and he's got him in a school somewhere? Have you heard anybody say that? And then think about how many times you've heard somebody say that Katie could have. Chris and Katie. The socks. Those people, the cooter people. I think that there's a reason for that. I think that there's a reason why, because look, we are like the collective mind hive. We are the collective mind hive. We are the consensus. We, the people, you understand? We, the people, are the consensus. We are the ones that are holding in and releasing all of this information that we have gathered since day one. And we are all saying the same things. We are having the same conversations. Even if we're not having it with each other, we're having it with somebody else. We're having these same conversations. There's been no arrest. And we're impatient. But even Seth said in this live that good things can come to those who are patient. And so we have to take that advice. And he has to take his own advice. But it's hard to take that advice when you're the one in the trenches with your son missing. And so I can say that, but it's so easy for me to say, right? Because I don't have the child that's missing. It's so easy for us to say what other people should do. But look, we, the people, the Mind Hive, have a consensus about all of the things that we are seeing that are shady, that we have seen that are so shady. And that's the reason why we do wonder, where did they put him? What facility? Where is he? Is he in a camper? Is he on an island? Is he in Canada? Is he in Virginia? Where is Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers? And there is two people that we know for sure. No, one person that we know for sure that would know where Sebastian is because he didn't walk out the door. There's simply no evidence of that per the law enforcement. So he didn't make it home. But where is he at? Right, babe? Like, where's he at? I mean, you would think so. Give him an ultimatum, scare him, do something. Do something different. And that's where I think that we as creators need to go. We really need to focus on that. Applying the pressure to law enforcement and say, please do something different. Whatever you're not doing, there's something else that you're not doing. I tell you one thing, going back to those first videos, looking at every video and going back and replaying them, I bet you anything is something that they are doing too. If I'm doing it and I have the notion, right, to like want to go back and get the facts out of what people said and then note the discrepancies, that's what law enforcement should be doing too. They should be going back through those phones, those devices. And we do know that they came back and they got devices from their home. They didn't get devices from Seth's home. They got devices from theirs. So after Sebastian goes missing, these devices are seized under a sealed warrant. They're building evidence, guys. They are. And if I can see it, then they can see it. If we can see it, they can see it. They're not dumb. They're not dumb. And that could be the reason why they don't want the cold case coming in. They've got it. They just need something else to seal the deal. And all I can do is have hope. All I can do is have hope that they're doing the best that they can do. Otherwise, I'm going to be walking around pissed off all the time. And have hope that Sebastian is still alive. Otherwise, I would be grieving for a child that I've never even met all the time. Like, we are emotionally invested. We are emotionally available for children that are mistreated. Those of us, women and men, that actually have a decent, pure heart. You know what I'm saying? This is our tribe here. And you can call us whatever you want to call us. But we are definitely the mama bears, the daddy bears that are emotionally available. You know what I mean? Oh, me and you, go spend some time, honey. I'm getting off here too. I'm going to say goodnight to you guys because this is what I wanted to do. I've been wanting to do it. And the last 2 days, I've dedicated myself to making the time to just talk with you guys and talk with you guys about how I feel when we compare. And the reason why I am committed, I'm dedicated to helping Seth find his son, because he's the only one that's been dedicated since day one, and we can see the evidence in his behavior, right? Thank you guys so much for being here. I love y'all, each and every one of you. I do. We've got our own tribe here, and I feel good about it. I'm going to end this stream with Sebastian's anthem. Peace out, guys.
Clean like your soul, won't be forgotten. We stand strong for you, never give up. Seek justice and truth. Day and night we search. Community gathers, wipe the tears away. Rise up for you, Sebastian strong. Sebastian's army, we march on. Each day comes and goes, hope in our hearts. You're never alone, we'll bring you home. Wish it was a dream, babe. It lingers on, but strength we carry will keep you strong. Rise up for you, Sebastian strong. Sebastian's army, we march on. Each day comes and goes, hope in our hearts. You're never alone, we'll bring you home. Wish it was a dream, hey, it lingers on, but strength we carry will keep you strong. Rise up